Hello again, friends. Welcome back to twitch.tv/TrooperBerry, and welcome back to I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. I'm having a lot of fun with this one. It is a very sci-fi take on the whole life sim kind of princess maker kind of genre. It's still early game, but it feels like there's lots of interesting twists and turns for us to take. And also the prospect of some deep, dark secrets lurking out there behind the colony walls. So, let's jump back in, shall we? So, here we are. We have just turned 11. We've done. The game starts with us at 10 years old, and we've completed our first year. That's us, the Strato Colony. So let's see. Let's just check where we are real quick. So we're good on empathy so far. The rest kind of Our reasoning and engineering are okay. Toughness is all right. I guess the rest of our physical stats are lacking, to say the least. And now, since at the very end of our first year, us being 10 years old, there was an attack on the colony. And basically a whole bunch of stuff got wrecked. The doors got battered down. No one died, thankfully. It did, however, leave us maximally stressed out. So, we're going to be forced to, take some time off and then de-stress. And we can also remove some cards from our deck, which would be very useful because basically we got a whole bunch of trash in there that needs to go. Okay. Oh, we can actually train with an enemy now. It's interesting because like that, and that doesn't use up our month. Okay, we can't do anything new with Dees. How about Tangent? Okay. Tangent is standing still with her face held up to the sky, letting blue snowflakes land on her cheeks. They melt almost immediately. She doesn't move as you approach. After a minute, she winces and rubs her eyes. It stings, she says, because it's made of acid. Acid? Snow? Tong nods. Professor Hal says it isn't harmful, and it is an important part of the natural cycle here. It freezes at 12 degrees Celsius and turns into tiny crystals that are so heavy they fall from the clouds. You can see them under a microscope. She sticks her tongue out and lets some of the flakes fall on it. It tastes kind of sour, but sweet, she observes. Fascinating. Tong pulls a sample jar out of her coat. Tong would have a sample jar in her coat, wouldn't she? We know what it's made of, but our understanding is incomplete, she says, and places the jar on an outcropping of rocks. The big mushrooms changed in shape and color before the snow began to fall. I wonder, is there some sort of signal that precedes this changing of seasons? What happens if I expose samples collected in dust season to snow from quiet season? A small, excited smile creeps across Tong's face. There's so much to learn about this planet. I can't wait. Which is probably about the extent of the emotion we can expect from Tong. She is very much the reserved type. And here is Tammy, our cake providing friend. And we need empathy of 40 or greater before we can perform another random act of kindness for her. Although we are kind of getting there. Okay. Does Mars have anything to say? Doesn't appear as such. Okay. And then Cal. Oh, right. Yeah, Cal is still a little messed up because during the fight at the end of the oh, is that a oh, nice, we got medicinal roots. Almost didn't see that there. If it hadn't highlighted when the mouse over bang, Cal is a little messed up because we had to kill an animal right in front of him. Although, admittedly, if we hadn't killed it, it would have killed him, and we would have been very upset about that. Okay, we need organizing of 20 to get a paperwork card from Mom. You learned at a young age not to sneak up on your mom. She's jumpy and gets kind of mean if someone surprises her. That's just how she's always been, and you never questioned it. You always make sure to walk a little more heavy when she hasn't noticed you yet. Okay, maybe we'll just leave Mom alone. Looks like Dad's got something to say. You're looking a little worn out, my little firefly. Your dad greets you, looking concerned. Despite what your mom might say, there is such a thing as too much work. Maybe some R&R over in the lounge would help recharge those solar cells. What do you say? If you need a hug, I'm fine, thanks. I'll see if I did. Oh, come on, we could use a hug. Your dad throws his arms right. Well, get in here, Tiger Butter. After a long hug, you do feel a little better. Your dad gives incredible hugs. Okay, so somehow this made us more loyal, but also it gave us -5 stress, which is awesome because it means we can actually go do stuff if we want to today. And we probably should. Also, just real quick, what does. Okay, so the medicinal roots let us just draw a card. Okay. Oh, right. Since we also have toughness 20, I think we can talk to Uncle Tonin here. Hey there, kiddo. Okay, he's blocking us again. He says you better toughen up so you can join the squads when you're older. Well, as it so happens, I am tough enough. Well, so you are, Uncle Tonin exclaimed, standing back to admire you with pride. I'd say you might be having a growth spurt. They'd better watch out for you on the sports ball field. Listen, he says, I can see that you're a tough cookie, and I'd love to have you on my surveyor team in the future, but you'll have to wait a few more years first. Come see me when you're older. Well, wait. Dejected, you drag your feet as you walk back through the gates to safety. What's that? You look around questioningly. It's Deese. He's hiding behind some bushes? That's so typical. He puts a finger to his lips and motions for you to follow him. Sure, you figure. Why not? He leads you silently along the walls toward the garrison, then crouches down in the bushes between the sports ball field and the security pavilion to fiddle with something. Suddenly, he's gone. What? You check to make sure nobody else noticed, then scuttle over to where you last saw him. Behind some popflower bushes, there's a drainage pipe in the wall big enough to crawl through. The heavy grate keeps animals out, but it's loose. You can slide it aside to get through. We could sneak out. Oh, here we go. If the adults won't let you visit the Valley of Vertigo or the subaqueous swamps or the other cool places surveyors go, well, you could sneak through here to explore just outside the colony walls. I mean, if Deese does it, how dangerous could it be? Oh ho! Time to get up to some deviltry, methinks. Now, hang on. Can I just what was our okay? Yeah, age 11. Okay, that was our last. That was our last save. That's fine. Um, okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, if we do sneak out, it'll give us bravery, perception, and friendship with Deese. All right, so that's where we need to go for that. Cool, cool. Like it. Or what else can we do? Oh, now hang on, because interesting, it didn't say we would get stress from that, because everything else we do in here gives us stress. Now, the odds are good. we're going to encounter some kind of stress there. But you know what? I think we might as well go. Especially since Uncle Gatekeeper over here isn't going to let us out officially, right? Uh, okay, we are we are going out into the unknown though, so just in case, how about we? Okay, so snack out 11 there. Hopefully there isn't much of a cap for saves. Otherwise we could we could hit that pretty quickly. Okay, let's sneak out. Achievement unlocked. What's out there? Well, I think we're about to find out. Okay, events in this area can be done in any order. They won't cause the time to pass, but will increase your stress. Well, we can't exactly tank much stress, can we? Return home via the Expedition's Depot flag or the home button on the top left of the screen. Okay, that right there. Watch for collectible items you can bring back as gifts. Events respawn at the beginning of every year, and new collectibles have a chance to appear every season. Okay. Well, we should probably talk with Deese. You slipped through the drain pipe and out of the colony before anyone saw you. Anyone, that is, except for a dark form watching you from the trees nearby. Could that be... is that Deese? He turns and disappears into the jungle. Now you're sure of it. That was definitely Deese. He's not allowed outside the colony either. Well, neither are we. So, you know, let's not shout. That might attract unwanted attention. Let's see where Deese is running off to. Okay, well, we just about maxed out stress already. Okay, but no, he's fast, so... okay, so we got some more perception points. That's... or we got some perception points at all, which is more than we had previously. Oh! And what do we have here? Your way is blocked by a strange, small creature with 1 foot and 4 large eyes, 2 of which blink sideways on top of its head like frog eyes. Oh, so these are eyes too. Oh boy. This must be a hop eye. You've heard people talk about them, but you've never seen one up close. When you try to walk past it, it dips painfully at your heels. Aren't we wearing shoes? No. But when you back off, it just stops and stares at you. So we can do an animals challenge. What is its deal? We can push past it, or find another way around it. You know what? What is your deal, furry creature? Okay, so we have 3 rounds to get to 27. And again, we have absolutely trash tier cards. I mean, that'll get us 8. That's something, right? Yeah, because yeah, I think yes, we get +3 for yeah. And then I don't think either of those are going to do much for us. Okay, next round. Okay, we have 4 slots. We have 4 yellow. We could get a good chunk of score there. So what we could do is like we do that, that, and that, and that. Yeah, so we get +6 for having all 4, and then we get a pair of 1s in there as well. Okay, let's do that. And so we should only need 6 for this last round. Oh yeah, we're good. We're very good. So the question is, how far do you want to push this? So do like 0. Okay, there we go. And we got the super goal, where we get a bonus to animals, which would be our first of any kind of animals. So yeah, hooray for bonus stat pips. And thankfully we lose 1 stress thanks to having the playing our calm temperament card, and we get 2 in animals. I have a feeling we're gonna need a lot in animals before we're done here. We got 2 in animals and then 2 in perception. We're just racking up the pips, aren't we? I think this sneaking out thing is going to be good business for us. You stop trying to get past it and just listen. Oh, you can hear little squeaking noises from nearby. It's probably warning you away from its nest. You carefully avoid the nest while speaking in soothing tones. The agitated little guardian titters warnings at you, but eventually lets you by. But apparently we have to go home anyway. Well, bother. Okay, but at least we unlocked that, so that's good. We got a little bit of bravery and some perception too. So much has happened in the last month since the monster attack during Glow. The idea of this planet as a peaceful utopia has been shattered. The security squads are training new members and keeping close watch on the gates now. They're reinforcing the walls and even installing a few robotic turrets. In class, you have drills to do on what to do if the colony is attacked again. In all the excitement, you forgot today was your birthday. Your parents haven't forgotten. They wake you up early with enthusiastic shouts of "Surprise!" A Vertumdan year is only a little longer than a year on Earth, so you've taken up his calendar for birthdays. Yours is in the 2nd month of quiet. Spark snow drifts slowly past your porthole window as you snuggle with your dad. Your mom climbs up too and sits on the edge of your bed. Your dad pulls a bowl of fruit from behind his back with a flourish like a magic trick. At least, you think it's fruit. What are those? Bomber fruit, your dad grins. The foragers have been picking these just outside the walls. They might look funny, but they're tasty. Try one. Okay, so I think this is a consumable. So you can add +1 to a card, and then it changes its suit to blue. Okay. You take a cautious bite. The pulp is soft and tastes a bit like lemon, only more blue. Oh, I bet you can't wait to join the surveyors out there, your dad says wistfully. Who knows what else you'll find? Yes, I can't wait. I definitely haven't done anything like that already. He is not allowed outside the gates, your mom interrupts, her voice sharp. It's too dangerous for kids. Well, I know, but eventually, your dad says, but mom cuts him off again. But not now, your mom replies. Not since the attack. Not with everything we know is out there now. We could go, I helped, I was a hero. Or, you knew about the monsters, admit it. Or, the attack was scary. I mean, okay, I think if we're trying to be a goody two-shoes this time around, maybe we go with the, I helped, I was a hero. Don't even start, your mom snaps. You should put it in the crash with the others, not putting yourself in danger for no reason. You don't get it. You know your mom wasn't a farmer back on Earth. She was a fighter too. Such a hypocrite. Even still, your mom says, it's clear that everyone should know how to defend themselves if it happens again. To be clear, this includes knowing when to run away, your dad says. Security Chief Rhett's offering self-defense lessons at the garrison, you know, even for kids. If you're interested, you should drop in sometime. Your mom gives you a stern look. And I've heard stories of kids sneaking outside the walls, she says grimly. If I catch you doing that, I'm going to put a chip in your ear. You laugh, but a good joke. Your mom doesn't laugh. Us? No, never. I don't know why you'd even suggest such a thing. Yeah, you better never, your mom retorts, crossing her arms. Okay, so that got us the extra loyalty. Okay, so now we are quite definitely too stressed to go do anything. Although, we can go collect our birthday cake from our girl Tammy. And we would be remiss not to do so, right? Mars, you got anything new to say? No, you don't. Dad? Okay, yeah, we need animals of 20 or greater to help him with the animals. We only have 4 so far, but we're just getting started. Okay, and we need biology of 20 to advance with Cal. We don't have anything near that yet. We need organizing of 20 for Mom. We have 2. Yeah, there is just so many stats to work with. Okay, Deese is not even acknowledging that we snuck out together, which is fine, I suppose. Okay, we need reasoning of 20 or greater. We're only halfway there. That's something we should probably do if we want to keep pursuing Tong, and we might. You know what? We can train. Yeah, we can train together with her. We can do that, and it won't stop us. So yeah, Anemone has her mouth wide open to the sky, catching flakes of the weird snow that drifts from the sky. Tangy, she giggled. Get it? Tangy, like tangent. That's what we call her. You remember? Hey, want to train together? On your way to the sports ball pitch, Anemone shares a story about the time her brother Calm once spiked the ball so hard that he broke Utopia's nose, back when she used to play sports ball too. She describes it in gory detail. Okay, so 5, which is nice, but -2 to neighboring yellow cards. Not great. Okay, so we get more friendship with Anemone, and +2 toughness. Okay, very nice. I have a feeling that's going to come handy too. Okay, but don't go easy on me, she exclaims. That's why we have met beds, right? Plus, I might get a cool scar. She thumbs a blue scaled scar on her jaw, right under her ear. Okay, yeah, so that's just a thing we can do. We don't. It's not an actual activity. Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, she exclaims. She comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving a great big squeeze. Here, I got you this. And it's another cake, of course. She steps back and reaches into one of the many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. I made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. It's only a soy cake, but it's a soy cake made just for you. You take a bite then? Okay, it tastes just like a regular soy cake, too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she hints, smiling sweetly. If that would make you happy. Oh, come on, of course we're going to share with Tammy. How could we not? It's free friendship. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own, silly Billy. She says, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. I mean, sure, why not? Yeah, we still got 23 friendship with. Yeah. So Tammy has officially overtaken Tangent as our leading friend. Now, you don't have to. Being friends with someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to romance them, but I mean, if romance is an option, why would we not? Okay, and yeah, we are. Let me just wander around because just to make sure I'm not missing any consumables. Because it looks like unless we are directly mousing over them, I don't think it's going to show us that they are there. I don't know. Maybe our perception isn't high enough to where it allows us to do anything like that. Okay, it is not. So, yeah, we're just gonna have to chill, and then it's nice to take some time off to chill after the stress of the school and work. Not to mention the mental toll of just living on this unpredictable planet. Looks like you're not the only one who needs some downtime. Some of the other kids are also relaxing in the lounge. So, we can approach Mars and Deese, we can enjoy Cal and Tammy, or we can get another blue card and sit alone with our holopalm. I mean, a blue card would be nice. I mean, a good blue card, but I think I would prefer a chance to thin our deck even more. Let's join Cal and Tammy. See what those kids are up to. Cal's braiding Tammy's long hair and weaving in strands of little colored baubles. This one's called a waterfall braid, I think, he says. I saw it in an archive vid, but it's really tricky. He's doing a terrible job of it, his short, clumsy fingers getting all tangled in the strands. So apparently we need creativity 15 to. Oh, we're close. So close. And that would have got us another card as well. Tell you what, I'll do Cal's hair. What could go wrong? You sit behind him as he sits behind her like a mini conga line. You braid some short strands of Cal's hair, putting one of the little baubles at the end of each one. He finishes Tammy's hair. It's almost recognizable as a waterfall braid, then touches his own braids and giggles. Now we'll do yours, they shout in unison. You jokingly try to escape, but Cal sits on your legs while Tammy gives you a beautiful braid. Well, that could have been worse, I suppose. Okay, okay, we can only forget one. We might as well just jettison that because they're the same, and that does very little for us. Okay, so our deck is one card smaller. Okay, so we are still heroic, so any physical skill increases we get will be buffed. Okay. Oh, now we need toughness of 40 or greater if we want to train with Anemone. Yeah, we're barely halfway there. Okay, we'll do the usual rounds here. Doesn't appear as though there's anything new, which is fine. Yeah, I think we would. I think we just want to head out again. Yeah. Just checking for consumables. Doesn't appear that there's any, and we can't do anything new with anyone. So yeah, let's see what the wider world holds. Especially now that we are officially stress free. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna sneak out. And so it says 14 events remaining, 8 collectibles remaining, and a boss event. Oh, a boss event. That sounds potentially daunting. Okay. Okay, we got these little events here. Okay, you leave the path and sneak through a strand of mush trees to one of the little sawmills dotting the area. It's a small but busy operation, 3 people feeding mush tree logs into some kind of machine, while a fourth one directs a 4-legged robot with a plasma saw mounted on the front. So we can stay and watch what they're doing, and then get a blue card, or we can leave and discuss. Let's stay and watch. You stay out of sight and watch how they do it. When one tree crashes down, it's almost like the others are wincing. It's probably just your imagination, though. They aren't planting new ones or leaving any behind. Oh, come on, not even reforestation? I mean, that's basic stuff. You know the mush trees regrow every year, but can they still regrow when you cut down everything like this? Even the smaller trees and bushes are getting ground up for mulch with a big, scary grinder that sounds like a roaring beast. The entire process makes you uneasy, but also proud of how industrious your colony is. We get 2 more points in perception. Very nice. And we get more stress as well. Well, that's less nice. Okay. Doesn't look like there's any more events, and that's the way back to the colony. So I guess we'll go this way. Ooh, and more consumables. Nice. Love us some consumables. Okay. The unseen path dips under your feet, engulfing you up to the hip in a large drift of fresh spark snow. You lose a boot when floundering in the snowbank and have to spend some time digging it out. Okay, it's a normal difficulty perception challenge, or we can try to go around. You know what? Screw it, let's go. So again, 3 rounds. To hit 27. Alrighty. Alright, so that buffs a social card to the right. So that gets us 10. Alternatively, okay, that only gets us 7. And that's 9. Okay. Alright, I guess we'll take the 10 and then move on. Okay. Well, this would be wasted here because there's no other yellow cards around. So what we could do, because that's going to set there's no buffs for that, unfortunately. But what we could do, we can just put that, have a 1 on either side anyway, and then drop our little science fair champion thing there. And so that gets us most of the way there regardless. Okay, and then, well, here we go. Here's a, it's all social all the time. So how do we milk the most out of this? So, let's see. We could buff that. There we go. And we have a super goal, which gets us extra perception pips. Yeah, so we got 4 of a kind, and then we have a full flush of yellow. Nice. So we got a kudo. We got 1 currency unit. We also get extra perception from the super goal and from being heroic. Yeah, I think this is our last month of heroism. So we might as well get as many stats out of this as we can. You tunnel through the weird snow, popping your head up at regular intervals to see where you're going. Some funny creatures pop out of the snow to say hello. They look like pill bugs and are only about the size of your thumbnail. They appear to be eating the snow, not you, so you leave them alone. Every so often, they square up with each other and emit a tiny burst of flames. You can't tell if it's an intimidation tactic or a mating display. You heard the snow was flammable. Neat. So we have a playing in the snow card with a gem, and we get 2 points in perception. Okay, so it looks like each one of these events gets us, and we have possible stat ups, but also they're also each buffing our stress as well. At the top of a rise off to the east, you think you spot someone watching you. They're dressed in black. Is that Dees? They look way too tall to be Dees. Maybe another surveyor? You blink, and the figure is gone. Well, screw it. Go look for clues. You push back into a valley and up the other path to where you thought you saw them standing. So more stress, but also more perception. No signs of a camp or anything obvious like a drop pack. No note saying, I'm watching you, signed mysterious figure. Well, shucks. Interesting that was also another, that card also had a gem on it. Oh, hey, another Dees event. You spot Dees sitting in a clearing, but not before he sees you first. Instead of sneaking away as usual, he stays still as you approach, like it's totally natural that he'd be sitting in the middle of the jungle so far away from colony walls. Now that you think about it, you're a little glad to see him. You are so far away that you can't see the walls anymore. And it's really weird out here. And it's getting late. Dee stares unblinkingly at you as you approach. Hi, is all he says. Okay, you say your sister's worried about you, but I don't think he particularly cares. You can just say hi back. We're not going to tell on him. No, because if we told on him, we'd be telling on ourselves too. How did you know he was out there? Exactly. So yeah, why are you out here? I just really like it out here, he explains haltingly. It's quiet. No one tries to talk to me. He gives you a sideways look. Well, not as many people. How about I show you something cool and sneak out will be our secret, okay? He jumps up and walks a little ways into the trees. You follow. Just a few minutes away, the ground drops off and a large stone outcropping juts out over a cliff face. Dees walks right over the edge without slowing. It's a long way down. Come on, he says. No, we're not going to wuss out. Come on. Bravery! Okay, so another one with a goal of 27. And this would be good to do, because I think we could use a few more points in bravery. Okay, so we got 3 slots here. I mean, we could do that, and that would give us 8 points. Alternatively, that would give us 10. We lose 2 points off the base value, but we also get 3 for a red flush and 3 for 3 of a kind. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. Okay, so we got 4 here. We can do that and that. And that and that. That'll get us 15, and we only need 2 from the next round, and we got 2 sitting right there. And that way we can make sure this doesn't debuff any other yellow cards. Okay, so we got a pair of 5s, and then we got 3 blue next to each other. Okay, now. Oh, apparently we got the super goal. Now, if I play this, is that going to still be a super goal? It is not. Okay, I was say we could use the -1 stress, but you know what? That's fine. We'll take the super goal, we'll take the extra pip and bravery, and we'll deal with the 1 stress. Oh, nice. We actually lost 30 stress off of that. You bravely step onto the rock and walk out to the edge with Dees. You both sit down, feet dangling over the precipice, and look out at the amazing view. It's incredible. You snap a picture with your holopalm, but you won't share it on the net. This is your secret. Yours and Dees's. So we actually lose 30 stress, which is super duper handy. So we get 2 pips in perception. We get a beautiful vista, which interesting that it seems to be all colors. Okay, so maybe it's a wild card. And we get more friendship with Dees. Well, that's nice. Okay, so we could go home, or we have less than 100 stress, so we could keep exploring. I think I'm going to keep exploring. Although, I'm curious what the flag is, but there's not an event over it, so maybe we don't. Oh, oh my. Okay, that looks rough. Okay, hang on. Before we do that, let's go do the event over here. That that looks like it could be something spicy. All right, so we got more perception. Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. There are some meager-looking crops ready to harvest, but animals are starting to get at them. So we could salvage, we could try to plant something, or we could ignore it. Um, I don't know. I mean, do we have any biology? We have zero biology knowledge, so I don't know if trying to plant something would necessarily go that well for us. Salvaging might get us, I don't know, maybe a consumable. I don't know. Let's try to plant something. Okay, no, well, we got +1 in biology. And more stress, of course. You're just a kid playing at being a farmer. You mess around for a few hours planting some things that look like seeds, but it's unlikely any of them will actually grow. Well, thanks. That was useful. Hang on, I am gonna. Yeah, we're gonna go look at the. Gonna go look at whatever that is, but okay, that's an option for us to go. Wait, no, gosh, that was not. Okay, good thing we saved. That was a brain fart on my end. Oopsie poopsie. Okay, yeah. So that's just a marker for us to go home. All right. We're at the colony outskirts, and we're not sure what this is. Okay, there in the clearing, the most majestic creature you've ever seen is like a unicorn from your dad's storybooks, but with leathery reptile skin that shines when the light hits it. It moves so softly, like it doesn't even disturb the ground. It could be dangerous, but you want to see what it does. I mean, seems like pretty much everything is dangerous around here. I guess we'll try to be as quiet as possible, or as quiet as an 11-year-old can be, anyway. Okay. Okay. There's no actual listing there, so that could very well be a wild card. So what if we did this? Okay, yeah. So it does count as yellow. Cool. Okay, yeah. Nice. So we're more than halfway there after one round. Good stuff. Ew. Hmm. Well, I guess that's what we get for playing the good cards early, huh? And we could just straight up play that and then get to 7, and then we would only need a 5 from the last round. Or alternatively, we could do like 0, 1, 2. Okay, that wrecks our straight too. Although that's also 10. Actually, that's fine. Because then we could try to do the boss move like we did the last time, and then only play the Vertumna group card on the last round. And there we go. Okay, so it's a super goal if we play it all by itself. So that's worth 7, but they say that's worth more. Okay, apparently that works too. What about if I play that there? Okay, apparently that's like the super duper goal. What if I play that? Okay, but apparently they're all super goals. Anyway. Okay, shave off a little stress. Kudos, and then wow, we're already at perception 20. I don't think we left with very much at all. This is some lucrative stuff. Sneaking out of town. Okay, as you settle in to watch from behind a strand of mush trees, the Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs the scent glands in its neck against it thoroughly. Then it pees like a crystal waterfall on a rock. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's a turn of phrase. Just want to snap that one for posterity. Okay. Everything it does seems magical. You quietly take a picture with your hollow palm, but you know you can't share it or you get caught for sneaking out. Next, it sharpens its horn against a rock, which is scored with marks from having done this before. This must be its favorite sharpening rock. You notice the bulge in its stomach. It must have had a huge meal recently. So hopefully it's full enough to where it's just not interested in us. Oh, nice, we got animal points from that. Good, we're going to need those. Eventually, it curls up for a nap. You quietly sneak away. This is so wonderful. Vertumna is a magical place, and we lose 30 stress. Man, this is awesome. We could probably run the table here. Okay, and we can't move past events. Okay, so we got to experience them all. Okay, you're minding your own business when you stumble into... There's something here, something invisible that makes the hairs on your arm stand on end, like an electric aura. As you walk forward, it begins to feel like something nipping at your ankles. But when you look down, there's nothing there. You back away, the sensation stops. You move forward. Oh, it's worse. The feeling is like tiny electric bites, and it's growing more intense. Some kind of microscopic gnats? An electric field of some sort? It hurts, but maybe you can find a way to avoid it and get through this area. Let's do that perception challenge. Okay, well, this is... That was a waste of a round. Okay, we can do something with this, I think. Okay, there we go. So, 4 of a kind for red, a 1, 2, 3 straight, 2 threes. Alright, so we'll only need 3 points from the next round. We should be fine. Okay, so obviously we'll get that. The question is is how... Okay, how do we cheese this? Well, I mean, what has worked every time so far? Okay, not the super goal. Interesting. There we go. We got a 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, also, so that's 18. This is 16. Okay, so there, 18. Either way, works for me. Okay, and we're just racking up that perception. Okay, by trial and error and a little intuition, you find a route through whatever it is. The shock seems strongest near some low-lying fractal palms. You can hear a humming from the plains and decide it must be some kind of natural electric field, maybe to ward off animals, like you. Okay, so a little stress, but more perception. Oh, there's another mushwood log. Hopefully we find someone who likes those. Okay. You come across a cluster of mush trees. They're not fully grown yet, but they're still pretty big. It might be good to harvest them before they get all gross and mushy during the rainy season. If you were older, you could probably cut them down and get some kudos for them. Give them a friendly pat. You like the mush trees. You give one a pat and are surprised when it moves under your hand. Wow, trees aren't supposed to do that. It's not the tree, though, but a camouflaged creature lying against the trunk. It's small and looks a little like an octopus or a starfish. Lots of long legs wrapped around the tree like it's giving it a hug. So we get perception and animals. Nice. So we're halfway to being able to tend the animals with Dad. More importantly, more consumables. What's our stress? It is 51. Okay. You let your mind wander as you're walking and bumble straight into a field of gelatinous blob grass. Totally transparent, the sticky fronds are hard to see, but even harder to ignore, especially once they start glomming onto your boots and slowing you down. It's like trudging through thick mud. You stubbornly decide to keep going, paying close attention to the visible signs of this blob grass field. There aren't many, just an absence of other vegetation. Well, perception challenge it is. Okay. Well, that would be a quick 7, but that feels... Yeah, that doesn't feel like a good use of our cards. That would be 6. Or alternatively, we save those. That could also be 7. And then we can save that for the final round, and then that, because we've seen several cards come through that have gems on them, so it might be good to keep this around. Okay, we'll try that. Okay. Well, let's see. We can do... Oh, hang on. No, we don't want to do that. If you start with that... Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about this one. These two buff each other, but they also kind of thwart any hopes of like getting a straight. Because I think like 0, 1, 2, 3, but then yeah, because in the you would have to because that would buff that, and that would always turn that into a 3. Because that would leave us needing 13 on the final round. I don't know about that. Let's see, how many... I mean, we could use a crystal cluster. And redraw. Or... or we can get 10 off of that. And then we just need 10 from the final round. Yeah, obviously that's not going to do it. Okay, or we can do that. Hey, super goal. 3 red, 2 blue. Okay, not going to fuss over it. Okay, there it is. You can hop along from that rock to that fallen log, then climb over those old pieces of surveying equipment. You get through the villainous blobgrass. You spend a bunch of time on it, though, and it takes some tricky balancing. It's tiring. So more perception and a little bit more stress. So where are we? We are at 67. Okay, we might want to think about checking out here before too long. A nearby pond is dammed up and washed out the path here. The path continues on the other side. Bravely jump over it. So we got another bravery challenge here. Oh boy. We have got to get some. We got to get rid of some of these cards, man. This is just brutal. Okay, this is better. Yeah, this could be better. Okay, there we go. Now we only need 7 for the final round. We could probably make that work. As if we do our usual thing. Okay, that's a winner, but it's not the super goal we're looking for. Yeah, there we go. Okay, shave off a little stress, and then the bonus bravery. I guess we only get +1 because the bravery is a social stat rather than a physical stat, so it's not affected by heroic. But so we're bravery 10. Nice. I don't know if that's going to do anything for us, but oh shit, you bravely fall in and get wet. Well, thanks. So more stress. Okay, which way were we going? I think we're going this way. Yep. Okay. Oh. Um. Okay. Just in case. We'll drop a save there because it looks like we might get busted here, and then I don't know if that's going to affect our future ability to go out. So let's play it smart here, and by smart I mean cheat. Okay, here we go. You spot Uncle Tonin, Chief Surveyor Tonin, that is, bumbling about, preparing some automated survey equipment in a clearing. He's very cautious, jumping even, but he's making a lot of noise. Every few minutes he'll pause to check and listen, or pause to listen, check his surroundings, and then go back to banging away. He shouldn't be hard to avoid if you don't want to get caught sneaking out. Okay, well, oh, apparently this is an easy perception challenge. Maybe Uncle Tonin isn't quite as perceptive as we are. We rolled a 30 so far. Okay, we need we need 18 across 3 rounds. Okay, I think we can manage that. Oh shucks. Okay. Yeah, maybe we just go 1, 2, 5. Three, sir. 3. No. Apparently, Holy Grail math does not apply here. Alas. We could, okay, as I say, we could save those and try to go big later, but this is like it's an easy challenge, so it says. So maybe we just take the easy points. Yeah, okay, there we go. We only need 5 from this point on. Okay, we've already hit the super goal, and we're not even done. Or so that's 16, that's 12. Okay, no, that's fine. Anyway, moving on. There, no regard for anything. We're getting the we'll get the super goal regardless. Unless that's a bug and we're not actually getting. Nope, it says okay. So plus, so yeah, so it is as long as the super goal little shiny thing is up. I guess we're locked in no matter what. You sneak past Chief Surveyor Tonin easily, walking while he makes noises and ducking down when he stops to check his surroundings. Ooh, new perk, Perception level 1. Highlight collectibles, all collectibles glow. Oh, good. Okay, we're at 95, so we're we're probably going to get kicked out. So okay, here's the thing. If we do this next one, we're almost certainly going to get enough stress to tick us over. Although, that means we could just, okay, this is the end of quiet. What's the next one? Pollen? Actually, you know what? Forget it. We can just, actually, relaxing might be good, because that way we can, again, get rid of some more cards. Okay, you're strolling along the path when suddenly everything goes quiet. The wilderness is never quiet. There's always insect noises, the chirping of reptiles. Even the wind in the trees is gone entirely silent. There's something unnatural about this place. Time for a bravery check. Okay. That'll get us 10. That'll get us 13. Um, oh no, this is a bravery challenge, not a physical challenge. Okay. Okay, we'll try that. Ugh, boy. I mean, okay, so we're gonna need 7 off. Okay, we can do that because we got a 4 in hand. So actually, what we might want to do is there we go. Yeah, because we don't want that anywhere near it because that's gonna knock points off. Hang on, let me just check. Okay, that's basically the same. Anyway, either way, we win. Huzzah! Okay, so we lose 1 stress, but if we get anything more than 5, we are officially donezo. Nope. Okay, you walk through the quiet area, then noise starts up again. The mystery will have to remain unsolved. Spooky. Okay, well, we have to go home regardless. Okay, fine. You crawl through the big drainage pipe behind the sports ball pitch, carefully sliding the middle crate back into place behind you. Then, oh, good thing we were grinding all that perception, because we need to carefully check the coast is clear. Good thing too, because Uncle Tonin is passing by on his way to the garrison. You curl up in the shadows, then wait for him to leave. That was close. Nice. So we pretty much, yeah, we obliterated the perception. Got some more bravery out of it too, and more friendship with Dees. I don't know how much we're going to be able to do with that, but it's nice to have. And we're back to the big pink pollen season. Okay, we'll do our quick little circuit of the grounds. Now, keeping an eye out for keeping an eye out for any consumables, because they should be highlighted now that our perception is hitting that first breakpoint. Because it looks like the yeah. So if it's a scale from 0 to 100, the breakpoints are like 33, I guess 66, and then 100. What's Tangent got for us? You tell Tangent you know where Dees has been going. You tell her he's been sneaking out to explore the jungle, not far away, but outside the walls. Tong looks concerned. Really? She says, wringing her hands. Is it safe? I'll keep him safe. She eyes you skeptically. Full offense, but you're just a kid. Well, so are you. However, I suppose it is good to know that he isn't alone out there. I mean, man, for someone we're trying to be besties with, Tangent really makes it hard. Okay, nothing there. Or, no, hang on. Hey, wow, that is very much highlighted. You harvest a sturdy mushwood log. How many of those things do we have now? 8 of them. Okay, well, that's, if we need to buff a card, we'll certainly be able to do that. Or I guess if there's a construction project, we'll be all over that. All right. So we need 20 or greater animals. We're halfway there. Okay, nothing new. Am I missing anything in here? Doesn't look like it. Let me check the notice board. Oh, now we have the colony's security rating, 0%. Okay. You see, what does... Okay, we can't even see what deliver supplies does. All right, that's fine. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything else that we could suddenly unlock with our new stats. Okay, well, yes, defense training is there now too. That's probably something we're going to have to do at some point. Oh yeah, I'm going to go talk to very perceptive Uncle Tonin out here. Okay, yeah, nothing doing. All right, so let's go chill for a month, and then let's see if we can get rid of a card. Nothing much happens this month. You spend most of the time spacing out to whatever's on your here speak. Occasionally nodding hello to other colonists passing through. You binge a few seasons of a show you've been meaning to rewatch. Relaxing. Do I want? No, I don't. I want to get rid of the zeros. I don't. Those those other ones are potentially. I don't know about that. I don't know how useful stress cry is, but if that's got a 1 by it, I feel like that's something we're going to be. This might be useful in the future. So no. Our deck remains too chunky. Okay. Nothing new with anemone. Deese is playing with rocks. Tangent is busy saving the colony, at least according to her. And Cal's talking about how babies are being made, which is not... I don't know that's something we want him to get into just now. Okay, but that's fine. All right. Okay, so nothing new with our people, and no consumables laying about, apparently. Oh, yeah, let's go check. Can we... Okay, so... So out there are two... I have to get the pop-up, please. Okay, so 2 events, 2 collectibles, and then the events will respawn next season. Well, if it's 2, maybe we can do something here this month, and then go check again at the end of pollen. Oh yeah. What? Okay. So yeah, one thing I wanted to look at. Yeah, so deliver supplies. That's not something we've done so far. So it's organizing, perception, friendship with Mars, and kudos, and only a little stress. I don't know. Our perception is actually okay. Or we could do babysitting, because that gives empathy, creativity, more kudos, although we have nowhere to spend them just yet. And I see, yeah, because our empathy is 32, so that actually push us above that breakpoint, and so we can see what that first tier of empathy gets us. Why don't we do that? Back on Earth, you know humans used to have babies willy-nilly with very little planning. Here, making a new human requires approval from the Council, and there haven't been many new babies since you landed. The one in your arms was born shortly before you passed through the wormhole. You are holding the youngest member of the colony with reverence, staring down at her sweet, chubby cheeks. She's just a bundle of blinking, mildly confused joy, gazing sleepily up at you. She wiggles like she wants to get free from her swaddle. So, we could loosen her swaddle, or we can not fall for her tricks. We shall not fall for her tricks, nay. Yeah, you know what's up. After a few minutes of struggling, the baby tires herself out and her eyes slip shut. Success! Nap time. Gotta outsmart the baby. Tammy walks over to see how you're doing. Aw, she exclaims. It looks like she likes you. Let me take her and put her down, okay? She takes the baby and sets her down in a crib in the quiet room, then comes back and gives you a sunny smile. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. It'll be tough when all the babies are grown up and no one takes naps anymore. I'm going to miss quiet time. I'm going to miss the babies the most, though. I love babies. They go, yeah, they're pretty cute. No, they're better once they can talk. I don't know about that. Or, I'm going to have so many kids one day. Well, okay. I don't know if this locks us into anything. We do know that Tammy, I think Tammy has said she has said she wants lots of kids. I think I remember her saying that. So, if we are going to romance our girl Tammy here, this would be the play. Now, okay, I can't imagine the game is going to have us stick to this, so you know what? Yeah, we're just going to have so many kids. Tammy tugs on her ear, which she does when she feels unsure of herself. She tugs on her ear a lot. Well, I hope that when the council allows new babies again, if I'm old enough, that I can volunteer for it, she says shyly. I mean, I don't even know how it works really, but they'll tell me, right? Hang on a second. Tammy doesn't know how babies are made? Well, I mean, she is 11. It's not that surprising. You know, they taught us this in sex ed. Have you tried looking it up? Or you should really know this by now. Well, we're not going to shame her. We don't want to do that. I guess, have you tried looking it up? Or they taught us this in sex. Well, if we ask her how has she tried looking it up, that might, oh, I could never do that. Yeah, they taught us this in sex ed. Tammy laughs nervously. Oh, you know I'm not really good at school, and it was so embarrassing. I haven't done that part yet. I haven't even been able to open the holovids. Okay, well, that tracks. I do know the basics though, she says defensively. The babies start out as teeny weeny specks inside the womb, and they get bigger and bigger, and then they come out. I just don't know the other stuff. Okay, well, the other stuff, kind of important, but sure. That's as good a place to start as any, I suppose. Okay, as you get older, challenges can have conditions. The challenge suit, social, mental, and physical, determines what conditions can appear and in which decks will work best. Try to collect social or yellow cards if you want to win battles for social skills. Well, no kidding. Okay, so we got one round to get 16, and we get 5 kudos if the total equals 16. So at face value, 3, 6, 9. Yeah, we could actually do it. Although we would want to make sure we don't have any straights or anything like that. Because any bonuses would probably take it over 16. Let's see. If that's the case, we want to make sure we have one there, and one there. Put that there, and that there. No. That there? Okay. Well, okay. So here's the question. Do we want 5 kudos, or do we want to go for the super goal? Because the super goal would be an extra pip. And it's not that. Although, okay. So now here's the question. Would we rather have 5 kudos or I guess 5 extra kudos beyond the 7 we're getting for doing the job? Or would we rather have another pip in empathy? Because what we're doing right now, that's going to get us 2. So that'll take us to 34. This would get us to empathy 35. Yeah, you know, I mean, this if you're asking me, I mean, I don't, we haven't seen what the like how valuable kudos are at this point. So I'd rather have the stats than the kudos. So we'll take the super goal and the extra stats. Okay, so bonus empathy, little creativity, kudos. Oh, hang on, it gave us it gave us the extra kudos anyway. Yeah, it says +5 from exact score from battle condition, even though we didn't do that. Hmm. Well, that's strange. I mean, I'll take it. Let's see. You're finishing breakfast in the common area when Marzipan struts in. Mars's full name is Marzipan. Of course it is. Look at you, eating cereal, she says, turning her nose up at you. I'll bet you don't even know what day today is. You're right, I don't know. Today, she announces to the room, is St. Valentine's Day. Deece and Tammy wander over to hear more. Back on Earth, Mars explains, it was a day when everyone had to give their best friend a gift, especially sweets. And then you put the sweets under your pillow, and it makes you dream about who you're going to marry. And there are decorations of hearts and arrows and pigs. Pigs? Have I missed something? Are there pigs in Valentine's Day? Or maybe, I guess, in whatever the far future we're in, if pigs have somehow been added to Valentine's Day. Oh, here we go. Tammy cocks her head. Why pigs? Before Mars can answer, Deece snorts up. This is dumb. Mars' man just made it up to get free candy. He rolls his eyes and walks away. Aw, Deece. As he leaves, Mars shouts back, well, nobody was going to pick you anyway. You stink. Say, Valentine's Day sounds like fun. I know who my best friend will be. I think it's dumb, too. Okay, well. I mean, the leading candidates so far are Tammy and Tangent. Although Mars is well back of the pack. Well, I guess do we want to do we want to try to balance everyone out, or do we want to go hard on one particular person? I don't know. 'Cause let's see. Yeah, hmm. Because I just feel like yeah, Tangent isn't exactly all that warm and fuzzy, but it feels like being friends with her would be useful. But you know what? Okay, what just okay, I know who my best friend will be. Mars bats her eye jokingly. Oh, really? Who could it be? I'm going to tell all the other kids about it. So you go around and find your best friend and give them a gift. She points a finger at you. Make sure you do it by the end of the day or it doesn't count. And if two more people want to be my best friend, she adds, I'll try us for the position. It's only fair. She tosses her hair over her shoulder and laughs. Oh, new perk. Ooh. So our empathy lets us pay to remove cards in the quarters spa. Ooh. Okay, this is huge. Because, oh boy, do I want to get rid of some cards. We can visit the spa. And we can choose which ones to get rid of. Oh, happy day. Now they're 50 kudos each. So, okay. So, kudos have suddenly become much more important. I guess we're gonna permanently forget giggling. Just stop. You breathe deeply. That memory has been forgotten. Okay, so card removal service, awesome. Also, expensive. So we really need to start racking up the cash. But at the same time, I really want to head out into the world and find more stuff. Okay, you know what? Let's. Oh yeah, let's. Then we can pop out here real quick. We'll just hover over this. Okay, so there's 2 events and 2 collectibles remaining. All right, we're gonna head back here. All right. And yeah, let's. Yeah, well, yeah, we're gonna make Tammy our bestie. Tammy is humming tunelessly while she braids blades of grass together. Wanna be best friends? Um, Cal already asked me, she says, poking her 2 index fingers together, but I don't see why I can't have 2 best friends. She laughs nervously. I don't really understand the rules. Oh, that's fine. Here, I'm already making a friendship bracelet for Cal, she says, showing off her braided grass. I'll make one for you too, best friend. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. So it's... Okay, still not much we can do. Hang on, what do we need to... Is it organizing? Okay, it's organizing. We need to get a paperwork card with Mom. We need 20 animals. Not quite there. Apparently Mars has something to say. Mars is in a huff because she didn't pick her Valentine's Day. Seems like nobody picked her. Well, you and Cal and Tammy have broke the system. You're only supposed to have one BFF. Don't you know that? Whatever, Mars mutters, tossing her hair. I'm just too mature for kids my age. The older kids get me, even if you don't. Oh, darn. Okay. Um... Okay, now I wonder if we go, because going out here also gives us the option to, yeah, we also have the option to sneak out through the drain pipe. So where does that leave us, though? Okay, so that also spits us out over here. All right, that's fine. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay, so there's 2 events and 2 collectibles yet to go. Okay, well, there's one event. There is also a mention of a boss event, which sounds kind of yikes. Okay, a large woolly blue creature is floating here, a meter off the ground. It seems to be upside down, which is causing it some distress. Its segmented legs kick uselessly in the air as it tries to right itself. This must be a float cow. The colony is working on domesticating these, though you haven't seen one up close before. Her slitted eyes look at you imploringly. She makes a helpless lowing noise and again tries to flip over, but she can't. So, again, our animals, not good enough. Oh, but we do have 10 animals. We have 10 animals? Oh, we barely have 10 animals. Okay. So figure out what's wrong with her. You take a closer look at the float cow. You've heard they float using a certain ratio of liquid to gas in their membranous bladders. So after some consideration, you figure out the bladder must be on her back must be too full of liquid. Okay, so we can't milk her. Popping the float cow feels mean. Maybe just leave it. Oh, okay, medicinal roots. Okay, there's one of the 2 collectibles. And that was one of the events. Okay, and here is the other collectible. Sorry, the medicinal roots are there for us to draw a card. Okay, I guess we can wander over here. Okay, and then I guess here is the other event. Ahead of you, the road curves right, and there's a steep hill leading off to the left. You bet there's a really great view from the top of it, but it's going to be a scramble to get up there. You know what? Let's go for it. You leave your pack in some bushes at the base so you'll be lighter on your feet, then start the trek. It's tiring, and even steeper than it looked from the bottom, but some broad, mushroom-capped trees provide shade. The view from the top is spectacular. You can see all the way down to the colony walls in one direction, and down to a little sawmill in the other. Then you spot it, the rock, the most perfect boulder you've ever seen, teetering right on the edge of the slope you just climbed up. It's almost as tall as you are. It must weigh at least 2,000 kilos. But it's practically teetering there. You think with enough muscle, you could push it over. Ooh. Okay. Okay, every instinct I have says pushing this is a very bad idea. But in a game that rewards save-scumming, why wouldn't we? All right. Push the rock down the hill. There comes a time in every childhood that one must take life by the horns and just push the rock. You shove it with all your might, digging your toes into the hard ground and leaning in. The rock starts to slide, and suddenly is off with a satisfying lurch, catapulting down the hill, rolling faster and faster, crashing through the bushes, and oh damn, you're packed. The rock rolled right over it. Okay, so turns out listening to our instincts, not such a bad idea. So we're going to resist its temptations. Not today, Rock. Not today. Because as we have found out, all of a sudden, kudos are damn important. Okay, well, is that it? I think that might be it, because I don't, because we found 2 consumables, and we did 2 events, although we didn't necessarily resolve the float cow event. So do we need to do that? I'm not sure. Oh, I guess now we got to take the long way around and find it. So I guess in this case, in this instance, it's a positive for us that these things are. Okay, there we go. The float cow's over there. Can we? Oh wow, we can get it from here. Oh, okay, we just here we can click on it and then have it run right there for us. Although I don't. Okay, what's wrong? Pop the float cow? Okay. Oh, there's nothing left. There's nothing for it. You have to pop her dorsal bladder and let the liquid drain out, or she'll never be able to flip over. She struggles and screams as you open your utility knife and jab it into her bladder. Immediately, you're drenched by a hot explosion of what you hope is milk. Gross, gross, gross! The float cow spirals away as a sudden jettison of liquid propels her away from you. You hope she'll be okay, but you're decidedly not okay with how you smell right now. Well, okay, so that was a whole bunch of stress we just soaked in exchange for 1 pip in animals. Yeah, well. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think that's all we can do. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's go home. Although, I guess if I understand correctly, the things will respawn, or at least something will respawn next season. Okay, yeah, so it is dust now. So let's check. I don't know the events, the consumables, or what all respawns. Okay, no, okay, events respawn in quiet. Okay, so we've maxed out everything we can do there. At least this cycle. Okay, yeah, one more round of well, one or two more rounds of babysitting would get us to the next thing with Tammy there, but I don't not sure that's the best use of our time. There we go. There's a mushwood log. Fantastic. Okay, looks like Dad has something to say to us. Dust is such a dry, hot season. Both suns are high in the sky, baking the usually lush Vertumnan jungle. If there's a breeze, it's warm and, you guessed it, dusty. Your parents are up every day before dawn, which comes far too early for your liking. They're usually gone by the time you wake up and home after your sleep, so you have to visit them at work if you want to see them. Good morning, Gooseberry, your dad greets you cheerily. Have you come to see the harvest? Your mom and I are gathering crops from actual Vertumnan dirt this week. Sure, that sounds neat. I'm a big fan of food. He shows you around the row of corn and beans from Earth. They all look a little yellow and scraggly. Not what you expected, but your dad enthusiastically points out the vegetables ready to harvest. Don't forget, he tells you, the Vertumnalia Festival is coming up. There will be a talent show and a science fair. I'm sure you're eager to participate. Okay, so yeah, Vertumnalia is it is this this month. So hmm. um okay, we did we did science fair last time around, which needed reasoning. Maybe yeah, tell you what, let's since sneaking out won't do much for us. Maybe let's see if we can get some more brain pips. We could do biology and reasoning. We could do engineering and reasoning. Or we could do more creativity and persuasion. I mean, I feel like biology is rather important, especially if if our early crop returns are kind of crappy. We might need to start looking to that. But if we're going for reasoning, maybe do engineering instead. No, okay, well, let's go bio. I'm trying to remember what it's been so long since I've seen Hal. I don't know what voice to give him. Good afternoon, my birds and biologists and up and coming chemists. Professor Hal welcomes you back to your old classroom. This afternoon, we'll learn what I like to call the wet sciences. He gestures to his holo-projected lesson plan. Biology, chemistry, medicine, ecology, and geology. You'll learn a little bit of everything, with opportunities for further study in your favorite field. Okay, so life sciences, we got one round for 16 and bonus kudos if we land right on 16. Well, Okay, so that'll get us bonus biology pips. Now what's interesting. Hang on. Okay, so we got okay, we got those. I just want to see now because last time we got the super goal and it gave us the kudos bonus anyway, even though we didn't actually hit the number. So like, what would happen if I just did that? Okay, that's exactly. But yeah, like I mean, okay. Admittedly, we have seen how important kudos are. Oh, hang on. Okay, maybe I'm misreading this. And instead of the highest possible score, okay, so this is just a hidden higher goal. Okay, so like the goal was 16, but if you can clear 21, you get the super bonus. Okay, so super goal is like a hidden bar rather than just the max possible score. Okay, well that'll save some stress in the future. Yeah, let's just take the extra biology pip. Okay, and that did not give us the kudos bonus, although we get one from having the best score. Okay, that's fine. And we got four in biology, so we have a whole five. It's time once more for Vertumnalia. The mood of the colony has been muted this year, ever since the attack during Glow. Though everything is still cheerfully decorated and the feast table is still heavy with food, mostly soy rations, this Vertumnalia just feels different in a way you can't describe. The colonists gather in the square for Governor Udicott's speech. What a year Vertumna has given us, the governor begins in her reedy voice. I stand before you so proud of everything the colony has accomplished in such a short time. I have always hoped that we would bring with us the best facets of humanity, cooperation, resilience, and creativity, and the events of this year have given me no reason to doubt my convictions. These creatures were unexpected, but I urge everyone to consider what it means for life here. If Vertumna can sustain megafauna, then that means conditions are good for us as well. Our friends in geoponics are already working on the logistics of domesticating the wildlife. Your dad, as second cultivator, stands and gives a sheepish wave to the crowd. There is a smattering of applause. Aw, Dad only gets a smattering of applause. That's rude. Okay, moving on. Mars elbows you. Hey, she whispers. Did you hear? My dad say Unicorn's gonna announce the depot's open to the public. You shoot her a questioning look, and she rolls her eyes. You know, shopping. Somewhere to spend all the kudos we've been saving up. There could be candy and toys and makeup and nice-smelling soap, not the boring kind of the communal showers. You know the concept of shopping. They do it in the holobids from Earth, especially the ones Mars likes. But you've never actually done it. The colony provides everything you need, but it would be nice to buy yourself a treat. My dad's give me an allowance, Mars says, shooting you a look of pity. It's too bad your parents make you work for yours. You and Mars tune back into the speeches just as Unicott, as predicted, announces the opening of the general store at the depot. Mars gives you a knowing look as she claps. Unicott gestures for the council members to stand. Finally, the council remains unchanged from last year. We are, as always, proud to serve you and the colony as your government. The music starts up as Governor Unicott finishes. Thank you for all your hard work and your perseverance this year, she says over the ruckus. Together we build the future. Okay, so again, we have a bot wrestling biathlon, which we are tough enough to do. We have 10 creativity, so we could do that. Or we can go the science fair. And our reasoning is just good enough. Now, okay, last time around, the challenge we didn't actually get. We didn't get any buffs. I think it was just. I think we got a good card. We got a five. We got a blue card worth 5. So it didn't actually take up our stats any. So do we want a good blue card, a good yellow card, or a good red card? Okay, if we're going to be leaning on, if we're going to be going on biology, and I think that's going to be a thing, we should probably, yeah, let's go back to the science fair. Okay, so more friendship at Tangent, lovely. More loyalty. Your competitor for the science fair is predictably Tangent. Her project is on the tensile strength of various building materials, concluding that mushwood is the best choice when you consider not just strength, but also sustainability and ease of use. Tammy flakes out this year on her actual project, but her booth is nicely decorated. She spent so long on the decorations, she didn't have any time to do an experiment. Oh, Tammy. The judges want to know what you've been working on. Okay, oh, this is going to be a hard reasoning challenge. Okay. Oh, snappeth. We need 47 in 3 rounds? Ugh. Oh, and 5 kudos if it hits the yikes. Yikes. Okay. Well, I mean, we got 9 mushwood logs if we really need to. Or we got 3 medicinal roots. One, if we're really ham-boned, we can use a crystal cluster to redraw. Okay, what do we want? I mean, okay. I mean that'll get us 16, but that's going to leave us needing 31 in 2 rounds. Don't know that I like that. And then 2 not very good cards alongside. Now we do know that Vertimnalia gets us negative 50 stress, so we could tank that if we need to, although I'd really rather not. Yeah, I'm trying to think like I mean we could just put a whole mess of mushwood. We could do 1 on each of those, and then get an extra 6, so we'd only need 25 over 2 rounds, which is still not great. Yeah, because and we don't have enough of any color to really get any good pairs or combos out of it. It's not real good. You know what? Sure. Or that doing that gets us. Okay, that at least gets us 1 extra. Or does it? No, it doesn't. All right, sure, whatever. Moving on. Hmm. Okay. So if we do that, and then that, and then that, okay, that gets us, so we need 10 from the final round. Wait, that's doable, depending on our draw. Alternatively, we drop another mushwood log on here. That sets that to... Actually, so what goes first? Will that set it to 4 or 5? Its base value is 1. It's being buffed by this card. I'm curious about that. Let's find out. So if you get that plus 2, does that make it plus 4? Or yeah, I'll probably make it plus 4. But that's fine because it'll make the 2 yellow cards on either side plus 4. Okay, now we only need 7. Okay, so so that's plus 2 to neighboring yellow cards, and then that counts as a yellow card, but it's the only one. So that does that. Hey, there we go. And that does nothing. So we might as well. Okay, so again, okay, it says it'll give us plus 1 to reasoning. Or maybe that's just from the super goal. Okay, either way, it's fine. So we we burned through almost half of our stack of mushwood logs. Well, the important thing is we win. Okay, so yeah, so the only pip we get is from the super goal. Well, fine. In secret, you've been working on a social experiment about delayed gratification. You've been sneakily studying the adults, taking notes on their snacking habits and their mood. You found that Seek and Dr. Instance rarely eat sweets, but Utopia and Antecedent do all the time. You correlate this with their attention span when you see them tackling frustrating problems. You know, problems you can control and repeat, like if a child backtalks to them. Oh, clever. The judges are impressed with your methodology. Instance, perhaps a little begrudgingly. They award you first place. Okay, so we have another Science Fair champion card. And we're popular, which means our kudos are doubled for 3 months. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time off for a much needed break. Mars organizes a water fight that takes over the whole colony, even the adults. It brightens everyone's spirits, even in the thick heat of dust. You end up atop the western wall with Dees, launching water-filled poof shrooms down an unsuspecting anemone in the sports ball court below. The walls seem like a neat place to hang out and relax. Much quieter than the lounge if you're looking for some solitude. So now we can relax on the walls at the garrison. Okay, so we got more places to hang out, although it won't necessarily let us forget a card, and that is a thing we very much desire. Okay, so we are in Dust. So if we were trying to make the most use of our popular buff, we'd want to do work that gets us the most kudos. That's first things first. We'll check our surroundings for new talk and or any consumables. Any toughness of 40. Okay, we're not quite there yet. Okay, we need reasoning of 20 to study with Tong, and we're not there yet, even close. Okay, doesn't look like it. Okay, and then if memory serves, nothing should have respawned out here. Okay, no, so the only thing that would do would give us bravery and perception, and I don't know that that's the best use of our time. Okay. Oh wait, you can forget a memory there. Okay. So that might okay, so the difference is they're getting friendship with Dees versus friendship with Tammy. No kudos there, although we do get animals from defense training, so that might be something to consider. Yeah, none of that gets us any kudos. Babysitting gets us 7. That gets us 5 plus some toughness. Do we need more toughness? I'm not sure. Or alternatively, oh, we can go visit the supply depot. Oh, okay. We can buy cakes. Oh, or we can buy I guess these are gear of some sort? Okay, gear. Yeah. You'll keep adding to your deck as you age and can forget cards by spending time relaxing. You have a limited number of gear slots based on your organization and other skills. Click gear to equip or unequip it. Collectibles you find while exploring may be given as gifts or used during challenges for one-use bonuses. Okay, so unless we want to unequip that, which gives us a +1 to all challenges, we need more organization. Hey, Punisher Kildu, welcome. How you doing? How's your weekend going? We are doing a little something different here. We are being a teenage exocolonist. We are we're growing up on Earth's first exocolony and trying to do all the usual things: go to school, navigate wormholes, don't get eaten by xeno-megafauna. The huge. Okay, so we can buy these and then equip them so that one gets a +1 to all yellow cards, or they give +5 to biology, persuasion, or animals. So I guess if we wanted to, yeah, if we bought that, and then that would basically leave us, pretty close to the 20 we would need to tend the animals. But I don't know that we necessarily want to spend all of our kudos on that, especially when we have cars that need removing. Typical Chicago high school day. Well, I'll take your word for it. I have only seen some parts of Chicago and never the schools. Okay, so if we need organizing to open up more of those slots, maybe we should be delivering supplies, because that'll give us organizing, more perception, which we're already okay on. It'll get us bonus kudos, and only 10 stress. So, yeah, let's check the notice board. Okay, yeah, nothing new there. Yeah, why don't we do some deliveries? Seek sends you all around the colony delivering supplies. During your first week, it's mostly small things you can carry by hand or push on a little cart. Stuff like tools and electronics. Some are high priority, which means you have to move fast. It's actually fun to yell, "Important delivery coming through!" and people actually get out of the way. Oh, nice. And then doing that actually shaved off 3 stress. Okay, so this is an organizing challenge, which is a blue bit. And, oh, so one card slot gets +1. Interesting. And we need to get 18 in one round. Yeah, and so yeah, Punisher, in addition to running around, going to school, or doing these jobs, that also has an in-game kind of a little deck builder aspect to where you have these challenges to where we have our deck here that has honestly has grown entirely too large. I really need to thin this out. And winning it gives you more stat points and more money. And we haven't lost one yet, although that's probably coming. Um, I presumably that'll also cost you and give you more stress besides. Okay, so we need 18. So now if hmm, okay, no, we can't. Yeah, because it's in the middle. Okay, yeah, so that gains plus. So that's a 4, 5. Okay, so that puts us over the top. And Urge Your Brain, yeah, honestly, Punisher, it kind of does me a time or two, actually more than a time or two, on a fairly regular basis. Yeah, the math was never my strong suit. That's why I went into the words business. Okay, now we could play this here and get another pair, but then that brings that down because that gets +1 for every unplayed card. What we could do, we could move that over there. Okay, so there's that. Now the trick is, um, every challenge has like a hidden breakpoint where if you clear that, you actually you get bonus. Like if we're doing an organizing challenge, if we succeed, you get you get a +1 in organizing. But if you if you clear the secret point level, you actually get a bonus pip. And because we're capped on the number of cycles, the game lasts from when you're 10 until you're 20. So you only have so many seasons to increase your stats. So every little bit of extra XP you can wring out of the game it strikes me as probably a pretty good idea. So what it's telling me is okay. Well, no, it's yeah, because that's gonna yeah that's not gonna do it for us. Aha! There we go. Okay, and so the 23 was the secret. Yeah, so it kind of works off a kind of a quasi poker system to where you get points for pairs, points for flushes, which means you put each color together, and then you get also points for straights. So like we have 3, 4, 5, so we get an extra 3 points for 3 cards in a row. And so as a result, we get a little extra organizing XP. So we get bonus organizing, 4 actually, so that's good. Because we need that organizing so we can hold more stuff. Because it seems like I am incapable of playing games where inventory management isn't a concern. And we got perception, and we got double money thanks to our being popular, and stress, and bonus friendship with Mars. You know, we're not the biggest fan of Mars, but she's okay, and she's rich, so being her friend will probably have some benefit anyway. Math and games should be canceled. Well, I mean, how about canceled? I mean, it's I mean, as long I don't mind math in games as long as I don't have to do it. I mean, if other people want to do it, I'm all for it. But yeah, just and I guess if I can focus, yeah. And I think part of it is just like the whole streamer brain thing. That you're trying to focus on the game, playing well, be entertaining, that sort of thing. And then having to do math on top of that. Okay, yeah, that is definitely not my strong suit. Okay, so and these kids around here, these are all of our friends. We are all kids who were born on the spaceship coming to this exocolony. So we're all kind of classmates and forced friends and whatnot. Okay, and this is Anemone, the jock, who has scales for some strange reason. Although, yeah, that because this is future tech, everyone has their little augmentation. So, like, anemones is scales, and well, I'm not sure what everyone else's is. Ours is a calm disposition. So we are genetically chill, which I mean the effect of that is that every stress gain we get is reduced, and because if your stress bar maxes out, you are incapable of doing anything. It's useful to try to limit its gains as much as possible. So we're gonna check around out here. So we can do jobs, we can go to school. We can also sneak out of the colony and then go look around the countryside. But we actually already, we already picked over everything we have access to. Yes, so no events remaining, no collectibles. So we gotta wait until next year for stuff to respawn there. And that's our mom, Flulu, and that's our dad, Geranium. So we need 20 animals. We're actually pretty close, but not quite close enough. Okay, and like we can talk to our friends. That's just the option to gift them something. I'm not. I kind of want to use the consumables for challenges, but maybe that's just my min-maxing instincts. But like if we want to have little events with them, we need to push our stats to a certain point. As we have, when did we do? Okay, I think we got popular there. So that was 1 month. This is the second month of our being popular. So let's see if we can keep getting. Okay, everything fine. Yeah, let's see if we can keep racking up the kudos because, I mean, we can buy stuff or, more importantly, we can pay to remove cards from our deck, and we really need to do that because the game started us with some absolutely trash tier, like, binary 0 and 1 cards. So the sooner we can get those out of the way, the more bearable these challenges will be. Because as we saw, they're only going to get tougher from here on out. So, once again, let's deliver some supplies. It's been a while, but it's time to attend the meeting of the Secret Fun Times Club. Mars started the SFC years ago when you were little kids. Tangent and Tammy agreed to join at the time, but then you all got busy with other things and forgot about it. What with the wormhole and the crash and learning how to survive on a new planet and all. You meet in an unused conference room in command, which Mars says is perfect for a secret club. Club President Mars brings the meeting to order. Tong, the Vice President of Writing Down Secrets, records the meeting notes in her holopalm, while Tammy, Vice President of Tea and Snacks, passes out potato juice in little cups. As Vice President of Fun Ideas, it was your job to come up with something for the club to do today. You chose making friendship bracelets and brought all the supplies you'll need. Today, Mars announces, we're going to make friendship bracelets. And I have an even better idea. We're going to sell them to people for kudos. Tammy puts her hand up shyly, as if she's in class. I I don't think we're supposed to trade our kudos for things except at the depot, Tammy says nervously. We're only supposed to give them to people, to say thank you. So we can go, Tammy's right. We can stay silent, or we say, let's start a business. We'll be rich. I mean, honestly, the business idea kind of appeals. You know what? Screw it. We are budding entrepreneurs. Oh, okay, we lost one Tammy confidence. Well, shuck. But we got friendship with Mars. Well, Mars, then we give our bracelets to people. And if they don't say thanks with some kudos, we'll take them back. It's hard to argue with her sheer force of will sometimes. If there's a loophole, Mars will find it. The four of you spend the afternoon braiding bracelets out of recycled bits of wire and bright plastic packing straps. Tangent dutifully counts each one on her holopalm, while Mars motivates you two to work faster and harder. She promises 2 kudos to whoever makes the most bracelets. Tammy is already way out ahead, but... Okay, so we could... Okay, this is going to be hard, but we can go for it and then... Or we can let Tammy win. Yeah, we'll go for it. Okay, so again, hard. So we need 47 points in 3 rounds, which is rough. Okay, and then so every round, one slot is going to turn a social card, so that's yellow, like those. Well, yeah, because otherwise you might do like the 3-5-5 and get all the blue in there, but that's going to turn yellow anyway, so not great. Yeah, no, yeah, because this is gonna. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's gonna be yellow. That's gonna be yellow. So there's really not much point in. I mean, we could play that. It's not gonna get us anything. Or we save our 2 good cards. That only gets us 7. That gets us 8. Uh, hmm. Okay, well, or if you want to cheese it, we could also burn a consumable. We have these, which give them +2 to a card. That would make it a +5, so we'd have 3 of a kind. Okay, that gets us 20. That's a good start. Okay, we have... Again, not awesome. You can see why I'm so concerned about trying to get the garbage out of our deck. No, yeah, because yeah, that's gonna set everything next to it to a 1, which is gonna, well, Okay, that's an issue. But let's take another mushwood log. We drop it on there. All of a sudden, we have 4 of a kind. So that turns that to 3, which turns those 2 to 3. And that's already a 3. And we only need 8 off of this final round, so we can make that work. Okay, and then this, yeah, so we can't put that there because that's going to wreck the value of any neighboring yellow cards. Okay, that gets us a win. Can we milk more out of it? We can. Okay, so that clears the super goal. So we get more creativity off of that, which, yeah, because we don't want to do. Actually, that'll do that fine. That'll do regardless. Yeah, as long as we clear 16, we're good. Okay, our mushwood log pile is getting perilously low, so we need those consumables to reset. Okay. Aw, you raid until your fingertips are raw and red. Your work suffers, and Mars gets into her role as foreman, throwing misshapen bracelets back at you and insisting you do better. But in the end, you do earn your 2 kudos. So we got 4 kudos, a little stress, and then we lose more Tammy confidence. Or Tammy loses more confidence. I don't know if she has confidence in us or just confidence in general. Okay. Mars takes all the bracelets at the end of the day. After I sell these, I'll put the kudos in the club treasury. Meeting adjourned. You ask Tangent and Tammy if they think Mars is actually going to sell them. I think so, Tong tells you. But the club doesn't even have a treasury. She'll probably just keep the kudos for herself. She doesn't seem to care. Okay, so extra organizing, a little bit extra perception, although we're already good there. Yeah, our perception has even outstripped our empathy. And then more kudos, and of course, more stress. Okay, yeah, so yeah, I don't know about the confidence. Our friendship with Tammy hasn't gone down, so that's good. Okay, I might regret this, but I think she seems to be the type who likes shiny things. Let's see, because it's good to know whether people are or get to know their gift, uh, yeah, their gift preferences. If for whatever reason we need to like goose our relationship with them on short notice. Okay. Mars laughs, taking the crystal, turning it over in her hands, expecting it. Well, I had better birthday gifts this year, but I bet this crystal is pretty fabulous. I'll add it to my collection. Okay, so now plus 4 friendship with Mars. We learn she likes crystal clusters. Okay, so if we see crystal clusters out in the world, we know who to give them to. You know, you're all right, Mars says as you approach. You blink at her, trying to figure out what she means. You're an all right what? At your stunned silence, Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You're all right, she repeats. You actually have good taste, unlike all these other nullheads. Ever since we landed, it's always been help with this Mars, and don't waste resources on that Mars. It's boring. At least you understand the importance of sophistication. You shoot the breeze with Mars a bit longer. At some point, Deese skulks out of the living quarters and has to pass by you both, clearly not trying not to draw your attention. Ah, where is it going now? Mars mutters to you, then raises her voice so Deese can hear. Try not to get eaten by aliens, she calls out to Deese. If you die out there, they can't use your body for fertilizer. Don't be a waste. I don't want to dig on Dees. He's our exploring buddy. But, I don't know, it's... I mean, we'll try to thread the needle. So I guess he is a little weird, but... I don't know. And I don't know. Dees might not take well to being called cool in the first place. Dees scurries toward the walls, not looking back. It's not about being weird. It's just like he never wants to do anything with us. Doesn't he know he's making himself an outcast? We're all stuck here together. It's like, get it together, Dees, you know? Mars looks at her nails. He doesn't care about contributing to the colony, or being popular, or earning kudos, or anything important. What do you contribute, Mars? Mars laughs and put her hands on her hips. I contribute plenty, and you know it. People need someone to tell them what to do, don't they? Disagree. But that did get us a pretty useful card. It looks like we have to have one kudo to use it, but I think we can manage that. Ooh, another log. Yay! We love consumables. Sometimes I have to force myself to use them. I get elixir syndrome. I'll amass huge stockpiles of stuff, but I'll never use it because, like, what if I need it later? Okay, first things first, Okay, we're going to go to the spa, and we're going to remove another card. And let's see, we have 7 blue, 9 red, and then, okay, so maybe we need to get rid of another one of the zeros. Because they quite literally do nothing for us. Yeah, we'll get rid of that one. Yes, I would like to forget crawling. It's been quite some time. Okay, yeah, we need 40 toughness to train with anemone again, and we are not quite there. Still need more reasoning, and looks like more empathy. More biology. More bravery? Oh, we're almost there. More animals. More organize. How much organizing? 20. Where's our organizing? 8. Okay, not quite. Just hang on. Okay, I'm gonna drop a. I'm just gonna drop a quick save here, cause I can't remember if I forgot anything out there or not. So, anyway, and the one thing, Punisher, is that this one of the things that really drew me to this game is it not only is like kind of a life sim that I usually play, but the game explicitly rewards save scumming. Like because it's all functioning off of like you're remembering past lives that are like this one and like multiple timelines. So, like if you can like you could do it the long way. You could do a whole playthrough and then start again, and then the game will actually remember things for you, and it'll remind you of them, and it'll give you new options. Or you can do it the way we might be doing here. You could drop a save, try a thing, and then if there's an issue for whatever reason, um, you can just reload the save, but then the game will actually remember that you've tried the thing. But it doesn't punish you, doesn't make fun of you. It's actually part of the game mechanic, which is I think is really cool. Okay, so what? There's something telling me that I forgot something, but I don't know what. Oh, oh, oh dear. Okay, I don't know if that's the thing we forgot or if that's new, because I have not seen whatever that is before. And whatever it is, it looks nasty. So let's take a spin around the neighborhood just to make sure I'm not forgetting anything else. And if not, then um, we have to deal with whatever this is. You hear screams from just over the next bluff. Human screams. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, wow. Okay. You crest the bluff to see Tammy's father, Chief Surveyor Tonin. He's being attacked by something you've never seen before. A four-legged creature with a huge mane of flowers, a mean reptilian face, and two wicked claws. Is this a manticore? You've heard of fierce creatures like this outside the walls, but you never expected to see one up close. What is one doing so close to the colony? Uncle Tonin is pinned under one of the creature's pointed legs. He's struggling to get free, but the manticore keeps dancing around like it's playing with his food. You can hear it from here, growling and clicking its mandibles. But you snuck out. If you try to help, he's going to know you snuck out, and your parents are going to be so mad if they find you out here. Well, and Uncle Tonin's going to be so dead if we don't do something. Panic rises in your chest. How could you even help him? It's a huge, deadly monster. Okay, so we could try to distract it. We could get help. Or we could leave and pretend we didn't see this. Ooh. Oh, none of these sound good. Because if we try to distract it, it could come after us, which, given that our combat is 2, might not go well. Hey, Ruak. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've stumbled upon this. And it's currently going after Tammy's dad, and... Well, hang on, let's do this real quick. Because that's what we do around here. There we go. Yeah, folks, everyone go follow Ruak. One of the many rad people who likes to hang around these parts for some strange reason. Ruak says go get help. Well, I will say, Ruak, we did drop a save before trying this, so we do have the power to manipulate the timeline, so to speak. So we can... I think we're up, even though that's getting us a nice card, I don't think we're going to do that. So, we'll try to distract it. If we end up getting eaten, which would be, well, rude, we'll load a save, and then we'll go get help. Because it doesn't look like Uncle Tonin is going to last much longer. So, let's try to distract it. You hide behind a tree and throw a rock at it. It bounces harmlessly off the Manticore's flank and clatters to the ground. The Manticore is undisturbed, which is more than you can say for yourself. Uncle Tonin shouts in pain. You're running out of time! Okay, well, we have Bravery 10 or greater, so we can actually attack the thing. That seems monumentally stupid. But it does say it's a normal difficulty challenge, so screw it. Combat it is. Oh yeah, we can tank stress. Okay, so this is a 3-round challenge. Okay. So this will get buffed because it's a physical challenge. So we can do that. And then that. But playing that would waste the buff. So we could actually probably do that. So we got 3 of a kind. No color benefit, but that's okay. So we need 17 from the next 2 rounds. Okay, we got 4 cards. Okay, there we go. And because because this is a wild one, it's both a yellow and a red. Right, so we only need 4 from the next round, and we got a card worth 5 right there. So we're good. Okay. So let's see. I mean, that's actually a really helpful draw. Now, unfortunately, the card values aren't going to all stay the same. Well, that was going to stay a 3. Okay. Yeah. All right, nice. So that'll do, and we get because we hit cleared the super goal, we're gonna get extra combat, which is honestly really helpful because we are, just despite having a 2 in combat, we're somehow gonna win this. Hey, Dawn, welcome. How you doing? How's the weekend? We are somehow our 11-year-old self with a 2 out of 100 in combat is going to fight this chonk beast here and somehow win. But how you doing, Daunt? Can I get, oh, it's Siren. Hey, Siren, welcome. Okay, I got so many shout outs to give. There you go. Yeah, everyone go follow Daunt. Oh yeah, Daunt. How were you? How did you like Haven Dock? Saw you were trying that out. That is on my Steam wish list. Oh, and also, of course, everyone also go follow Siren, who is playing Disco Elysium, and I think she when she left off this most recent stream, our part or her our lead character, who is still nameless apparently, their conscience and partner Kim has left, leaving our drunk, drug-using, amnesiac, apocalypse cop on their own. What could possibly go wrong? Doing okay, Daunt. Yeah, the 1 day weekend is done. I got another 4 days ahead of me. Oh, and I also need to finish planning for I also need to finish planning for a charity stream that I haven't done nearly enough work on. So that's gonna be fun, but it'll be fine. I haven't. I think I know how it's gonna work, and the people I've been working with are incredibly nice. You'll admit you were skeptical when you first started it, then you looked up and 2.5 hours had gone by. It really surprised you. Nice. That's good. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I am curious, and I'm always up for a fun city builder. That's an indie one at that. Yeah, charity stream. This coming Saturday, I guess 9 p.m. here, the usual start time. It's for a mental health charity called Stack Up. They work with everyone, but that they specialize in working with veterans, military veterans, and a lot of what they do is very gaming focused. So I think it's a cool charity. I support anything that has more brings more awareness to mental health and then removes the stigma of seeking mental health. I'm all for that as well. So I'll probably play one game with me. I'll probably play a couple community or chat games, and and then if I really want to entertain people slash torture myself, I don't know. I'll do something like Jump King or Getting Over It, because that's why people come to charity streams, right? To see the streamers suffer. Okay, so here we go. You break through the tree line, yelling your battle cry, as 11-year-olds are wont to do. The manticore looks up from terrorizing Tonin and decides you could use a bit of terrorizing yourself. It roars, a deep, angry sound you can feel liquefy your guts. With literally nothing on you except the few rocks you could pick up from the clearing, you manage to piss off the ferocious manticore enough that it decides to go after you instead. Hooray? Or maybe it just thinks it'll pick off the smaller, more tender prey before coming back for the main course. Either way, it leaves off Uncle Tonin and starts towards you. As you're about to engage with it in one of the most one-sided battle of your young life, you smell the crackle of ozone in the air, and the manticore howls in pain. Uncle Tonin! You must have distracted the manticore long enough for him to get his plas rifle. The manticore turns and flees, and you run over to Uncle Tonin's side. Oh, I don't know why you're out here, but I'm glad to see you. And you think a lot of streaming is just seeing the streamer suffer? I mean, Siren might be onto something there. It, I mean, from the times I've seen people play like Jump King or Getting Over It or Alt F4, that that does seem to be the whole ethos of the thing. Together, you manage to limp him back to the gates. He'll be fine after an afternoon in a medbed, which is a relief, but you're even more relieved when you don't get in trouble for sneaking out. Ooh. You don't know what he told your mother, but it was a miracle you weren't grounded for life. Okay. So we got a couple pips. We got a little friendship with our outcast friend Deese, but most importantly, Tammy's dad lives. Chief Surveyor Tonin has come to your quarters to personally thank you for saving him from the Manticore. Ever since he returned, Tammy's barely let him out of her sight. She stammers out her thanks as well. If it weren't for you, she'd be an orphan. They both owe you a great debt. And Tammy's our girl. We can't let her be orphaned at 11 years old. I'm stepping down as Chief Surveyor, Uncle Tonin says. I think it's time I took up a job inside the colony walls. I wasn't built for life outside a ship, I think. He squeezes Tammy's hand. Someone like Utopia has the youthful reflexes to stay safe out there in the jungle. She'll do great out there as the new Chief Surveyor. Okay, so someone named Utopia is going to take over, and we've heard her mentioned before. She's big on the snacks. For that matter, so would you, he continues. I know you weren't supposed to be out there, but I would have died if you weren't. That has to count for something. When Utopia offers you a spot in expeditions, you should take her up on it. Aw, aw, shucks, aw, it's no big deal, or aw, you'd have done the same. Big on snacks is a positive attribute? I think so. You know, especially when like the main thing we have to eat in the colony is soy rations. You know, you get your snacks in when you can. Yeah, you'd have done the same. Tammy presents you with a basket of cookies. She's written thank you on each one in flowery writing. Okay, Tonin holds his hands up, brushing you off. It was important to me, he says. Because of you, I'll be around to see my little girl grown up. Oh wow, we got a big infusion of kudos, plus Uncle Tonin's smile. A not crappy card. Good. Oh yeah, Ruak, I don't know if you saw, we actually do have a way to remove cards now. We go to the spa. Love it. Yeah, so if we do want to remove cards, we go in here, we visit the spa, and for a cool 50 kudos, we can actually choose which one we want to get rid of, rather than leaving it up to RNG. I did get rid of a 0 just previously. That's why we were down to 42 kudos, but then saving Uncle Tonin's bacon got us 50 kudos back. So we can save that, or we can use it to ditch another card. Yeah, we could. That would, and honestly, it seems like a really okay. I don't know what kind of big ticket items there would be later, because we can also now that the shop is open, we can also spend our kudos here, and then they have what do we call these? Yeah, they have gear that you can buy, and then they also give you little bonuses. So like you can get that'll give you +5 to your particular stat, and then that'll buff flushes or pairs or straights. And then that really expensive one just buffs all social cards. But the trick is, you need to equip them. And right now we only have room for one. Apparently this is linked to our organization skill. And right now it's 8 out of 100. So basically we need so we need all the stats and all the money. And it's kind of hard to get both. Okay, yeah, so we need 20 organizing before we can get a card from Mom. We need 20 animals. We've got to get it from Dad, and we're about halfway there. And we need 20 biology, and we're at 5. Yeah, so we've been going hard in some stats, but not others. Siren says, I think my organizational skill is at -2. Well, I know the feeling. It's some days are better than others, but yeah, it's bad. Okay, we need 20 reasoning to study with Tong, and we have 12. So we could do that, just not very quickly. Then we've already trained with Anemone once, so we need toughness of 40 or greater. And we only have 25, so definitely more work to be done there. Now, the little bubbles here mean these people have something to say to us. So we're going to check in with our girl, Tammy. Tammy is crying and trying to hide it, wiping her eyes and blowing snot into her sleeve. Oh, Tammy, what's the matter? I watched that scary movie last night in the lounge. You remember it. Mothra vs. Godzilla. The 2085 remake version. Ugh. Remakes. Even in 2085, they're still doing remakes. Can you imagine? Actually, yes, I can imagine. Well, I had a bad dream where the monsters were knocking at my bedroom window. They were trying to get in. Now I can't stop thinking about it. I miss being in space. It was so much safer there. Aw, Tammy. I don't want to do space was more dangerous. That'd freak her out even more. We don't want that. The soldiers will keep us safe, or Mothra and Godzilla are real. Well, I think she knows that. I hope she knows that. Yeah, the soldiers will keep us safe. Don't you worry, Tammy. I hope so, she says, but I can hear the monsters at night sometimes. Real ones out in the jungle. I can hear them trying to get in. They're scary. You both look towards the wall. She does have those big ears. Maybe she really can hear creatures gathering in the jungle, scratching at the walls, looking for weak points. The thought gives you shivers. I was trying to reassure her. Now, I don't know. That's kind of went bounced back on me. Siren, doesn't Godzilla already have multiple remakes? Oh, tons. And that's even without acknowledging the Matthew Broderick Godzilla film, which no one should do. Like, we have to clarify which one we're talking about. Well, I think maybe that was specific to the Mothra versus Godzilla remake. So I don't know if there's been a Mothra versus Godzilla remake, or there won't. Well, maybe there's another one in the intervening 60 years from now. I mean, Hollywood only has so many ideas, right? Okay, and what's Deese got for us? Deese is sitting in the grass near the big gates that lead out to the jungle. He's just staring out into nothingness and picking absent-mindedly at the weeds. He pretends not to notice as you approach. Is he okay? I'll play a game. No, don't tease him. Yeah, I think Deese just wants to chill. Just sit down with him. He sits uncomfortably, but doesn't say anything. You both just hang out, saying and doing nothing. You're starting to wonder if Deese will ever acknowledge you when he says, I've got to go. As he starts down the hill, he pauses and says, this is a good spot. I'll probably come back here tomorrow. Okay, so we get a little bit more friendship with Deese. Good. You don't think anyone has been ambitious enough to remake Mothra? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know of any remakes in Japan, and certainly no one in the U.S. has tried. So maybe by 2085 that'll be one of the last bits of unmined original IP. Okay, you step cautiously through the colony gates. Chief Surveyor Utopia stops you with a hand on your head. Whoa there, Skip! They'd kill me if I let you out of the colony. Sorry, kiddo, you have to wait till you're old enough. I know it's hard. I mean, we could sneak out, but we have actually done everything there is to do out there. So, we'll leave that. Okay, I did say that it seems to me, especially given there's talk of our struggles growing food, because our first harvest was described as yellow and sickly. So our skills might be needed in biology. So maybe we'll do that. 2084 was the original. I think it's the 2085 remake. After 99 years of copyright expired. Well, I mean, that's a good shout, Ruak. Although that also assumes like the copyright laws won't be updated between now and whatever 2080 something. Okay, yeah. So life sciences, and I think that's going to get us. Yeah, that'll get us more biology ticks, and then. Ooh. Okay, hang on. Okay, yeah. You know what? I am actually going to. We're going to spend those kudos we got from saving serotonin's bacon, and we're going to remove. So we got 8 red, 7 blue, and then 9. Yeah, okay, so that's gonna go. Yes, we're 11 years old. I think we're good on giggling for a while. Thank you, game. No, I did. Yes, we want to permanently forget giggling. I want to forget I have ever giggled in all of my existence. Okay, so now the only yellow 0 at least has some benefit for us. Yes, no giggling ever. We are a serious 11-year-old. Okay, now we make with the biology. For today's lesson, Professor Howell tells you, we'll start with a fun group project. You'll be studying the mush tree, a prominent natural resource native to Vertimna. In the ideal conditions, it can grow up at a speed of over a meter a day and have a diameter of up to 30 centimeters. He stands on his tiptoes and gestures to illustrate. Your team will experiment to find those ideal conditions. You're teamed up with Tong and Cal and are given a mush tree spore and a bucket to grow in it. The rest is up to you. Tong looks up Surveyor's notes on the holonet. Mush trees, she reads, are the most abundant south of the colony in the stormy, moist regions of the subaqueous swamp. What if we use water instead of soil, Cal suggests, like they do in hydroponics? Tong nods. If they like wet weather, that might work. Do you have any suggestions? So we could lower the water's pH, put it under a bright glow light, sing to it daily, run an electric current through it, or all of the above. Hmm. Well, this is an alien world, so we have no idea. We have very little idea, I guess, how yeah what works and what doesn't work with the growth. But it does say, kids, they are most abundant south of the colony in the stormy, moist regions. And we already have moist taken care of, but I mean, stormy? I mean, do we? Okay, running an electric current through it sounds dumb, but I think it might be just dumb enough to work. Yes, exactly, Ruek. I think if we're thinking storm equals lightning, then an electric current might just do the trick. Or it might make things explode, in which case it'd be hilarious. So we're going to run an electric current through it. Yes, or science! What? Tong explains. How does that have any basis in reality? She looks to Cal for support. He just shrugs, but he doesn't look convinced either. Neither understand why you'd want to electrocute a plant. You explain that there are storms in the swamp, electrical storms, and maybe somehow that, well, maybe he's right, Tong nods slowly. It could make sense, and if it is true, we'd be the first ones to discover it. This is enough to entice Tong into most things. Okay, I think we have Tong's number. You attach a small battery to run a weak current through your bucket of water and drop the spore in. The next morning, your spore is the only one already growing. By the end of the day, it's already half a meter tall, and the day after that, it's so huge it hits the ceiling and you have to move it outside. Success! Your tree outpaces all others by a long shot, and at the end of the week, Tong proudly displays an edit to the surveyor's hollow notes. Shows rapid growth when stimulated with a mild electric current, as discovered by our junior botanists. We're a junior botanist! Woo! So we get an extra pip in biology and 5 kudos. Yay! Okay, so we have one round to hit 15. Okay, so one slot card value, or one slot card becomes value 2. That's a strange way of putting it, but okay. Okay, so we got 2 2s, 2 3s, and a 4. No, go there. Okay, so that gets us the win, but yeah, no zeros for once. But this isn't necessarily the optimal play. or actually, no, actually, let me rephrase that. Um, okay, this might be the highest we can get with these cars, but I think that from what I understand, like the mechanic behind the super goal is like there's a secret point total for each challenge where if you clear that, you get an extra pip in whatever challenge it is. In this case, it would be biology. So it's actually worth fussing over, I think. So that would make that 6. That's also okay. What if we do this? Hey, there we go. Oh, nice. Those both become 3s. Okay, so the super goal was 20, and we hit it on the button. Awesome. Okay, yeah, so we'll get the +1 pip to biology. Yes, and I think at least the way I'm thinking about it is like because there's a set amount of months and then a set number of years. There's only so many time, there's only so much time and so much stat grinding you can do. So every little bit of XP we can wring out of the game is probably good for us to do. Yeah, so that actually got us 4 pips in biology, so now we have a whole 10. And a little bit of reasoning, so we're just that little bit closer to being able to study with Tong, and of course, stress. Now, okay, Tong seems to be into biology. I wonder, does she? Let's see. This is well. I mean, there's fruit, or we can try the. Let's try the medicinal roots. Is she into those? It seems you remember my birthday. Oh, cool. Tong says, taking the roots and turning them over in her hands. Her lips curl in distaste at the dirt that still clings to them. How thoughtful of you. I have much to do today, but I'll set these roots aside to analyze later. She turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds, almost as an afterthought. Okay, so +4 friendship with Tangent, and we know she likes medicinal roots. Okay, now we're up to 33 with her, and 31 with Tammy. Tangent, okay, I think it looks like 30, in terms of like friendship, 30 is the break point for new events. So we'll have to bear that in mind as well. So I think it might behoove us to try to be nice to everyone, but I think also like focus on our main romantic slash friendly prospect. Just because we're friendly with someone doesn't necessarily mean you want to like do the you know do the romance. Okay, Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. He seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's doing really well for someone so young, and that everyone compromised some of their samples when they were first learning. He leaves, and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. She peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. Yeah, are you okay? I'm fine, Tangent replies immediately. I compromised an experiment I was working on because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. She sniffs. It's so gross here, she says. I probably did that fungus a favor. Tangent takes a bottle of sanitizer from under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. There are pollen spores everywhere, she whines. And he comes over here and tells me it'll be okay, Tom. Like it's okay to console and patronize me. I mean, yes, it is okay to make mistakes, but you know, Tong is very serious, and she doesn't want to be treated like a child. She wants to be. She's one of those kids who wants to grow up as soon as possible. So Yeah, I hate being patronized too. Okay, so there's a little rebellion. You both sigh in unison. I hate being young, she says bitterly. Okay, there we go. Why don't they understand that we have higher expectations for ourselves than they do? I need to learn from my own failures. What I don't need, she continues icily, is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay and the adults will make it all better. I messed up, she says. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. Okay. Okay, and well, Tong and Deese are twins. Not that you know it by looking at them. So if it's Tong's birthday, presumably it's also Deese's birthday. Now, I don't know. Maybe he likes roots too? For my birthday? He mumbles. Oh, thank you. This looks like it's from a very rare plant. Did you find it while you were exploring? Um, apparently, yes. And we got cake too, but I think, if I remember correctly, uh, I think Cal is the big cake fan. I think. Oh no. Well, I don't know. It seems like cake is like the bog standard birthday gift, but I think they also have things like they all really like. So we know Tong and Deese like roots. Tammy told us she likes flowers. And then we know Anemone likes eggs, and then Mars likes crystals because we gave her one of those. Okay. I think yeah, we'll do the rounds real quick. Our reasoning's still not quite good enough for Mars, but nothing's ever good enough for Tam Tong rather. I mean, nothing's ever good enough for Mars too. Okay. Yeah, our biology is 10 and we need 20, but we're getting there. Okay, doesn't appear to be anything with the parental units, and thankfully now that since our perception is high enough, we have our all of our collectibles will actually be highlighted on the map, which is very handy. And that's one of the things I found. Like the reason these little bumps are on the stat meters there, it's like when you get to 33, you get the first perk in that, and apparently, presumably, 66 is the second, and then max is third. Siren, if you're just handing out cake, you'd like cake. Well, I mean, okay. Well, Siren, you should probably know it's okay. It looks like cake. Unfortunately, it's just soy cake. I mean, soy cake probably better than no cake, but it's probably not cake like yeah. It's cake, Siren, but not as we know it. Okay. You know what? Let's just go do some more biology since that worked out so famously. Um, you like tofu? Is it like tofu? I don't know because I don't know if it's made out. It says it's either made out of soy rations or it's I guess whatever their equivalent of like a 3D printer is. Apparently they can print food of some sort. I the game has been non-specific as to that, at least so far. Maybe if we study enough engineering, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I think replicators. That's but apparently like they're finite replicators, and we're trying to grow our own food as well. Yeah, because like Star Trek never, yeah, they never actually like just went full replicator. They still had farm. Actually, I know they still. I don't know about farmers. I know they still had vineyards because I saw in late Next Generation, Picard was manning a vineyard at some point. If my memory serves, it's been a long time. Okay, anyway, more life sciences. You're bringing supplies to medbay when you see something unusual. Tangent curled up on a bench, her head pillowed on a rolled up lab coat. She's fast asleep. You stop and stare. You never see Tong sleeping. She's always so busy. You're surprised she even has time to nap. You turn to leave her in peace when you bump into Anemone. Whoa, Anemone says. She hardly ever sleeps, just like a couple hours a night. Is she sick or something? You look back at Tangent, snoozing peacefully. Okay, so apparently Tangent's augment is um, not having to sleep much. Siren, you're in Voyager, and they have hydroponics and replicators, but those were extreme circumstances. Oh, okay. I think I've forgotten most of Voyager. Not that I'm not a fan. It's just like I think that started when I was big into Next Generation and DS9. I think Voyager was when my attention started to slip. Because I think also Voyager was the first one that was not on CBS. I think it got moved to what was it? Was it Fox or one of the other cable networks? I think it was. I can't remember. I say it's been entirely too long. Okay, I'm so jealous of her genetic enhancement, Anemone says, rubbing at one of the scales sprouting on her jawline. She hardly needs to sleep at all. She's probably stayed up all night studying for this morning's history test. Let's just let her sleep. Tong's hollow palm beats with a soft alarm. She sits up and stretches, looking totally refreshed and alert. Boy, speaking of superpowers, she sees you watching her and looks annoyed. Just a power nap, she says. No reason to gawk. Apparently we're getting to work. Okay, so more biology. All right, and then so this slot gets +1. Okay, got some decent cards, although this, okay, -2 to neighboring yellow cards could be an issue. Unless, okay, well, no, okay, that's a little awkward. We're gonna hit this, but is there a better way to do this? Like that, maybe? Hey, hey! And we can put that in there for good measure. Nice. We got the 4, 5, 6, and then we got the 2 yellows, and then just raw stats otherwise. Okay, that's the kind of nut draw we're looking for. Although we could do without discovering, but that's for a time when we have more than 50 kudos. Okay, so we'll take our free pip in biology. Thank you very much. So we got another 4 there. More reasoning, more stress. Oh, and we lost 1 kudo because we used the Mars's ambition card. So yeah, getting Mars's help comes with a cost. Go figure. Okay. So we're up to 14 biology. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. And now we're in glow. When, well, things get scary. I mean, they also get really pretty. Everything shimmers and shines, but, well, the surroundings don't take kindly to our being here. Ooh, consumables. Yay! Okay, Dees pokes the glowing bobblehead with his toe. The seathead snaps free and drifts up into the dark of glow, slowly breaking up into little luminescent specks. Make a wish. Okay, so we need bravery 20. Oh, ooh, we are so close. Although even again, that would be a yellow 4 card. Although it'd be pretty useful still. And of course, Anemone's out here probably still training. Yeah. Anemone flashes her headlamp at you as you approach. Did you ever learn Morse code? She says, giggling. Com says if I spell out a bad word, my headlamp is going to break clean off. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Anemone's big brother is named Kombucha. And of course, Mom is not going to be pleased we're out during Glow. Your mom gives you a stern look. Be careful, she warns you. Now that we know for a fact it isn't safe out there during Glow, I won't have you venturing close to the walls. Stay where I can see you, close to the ship. Okay, our organizing remains pitiful. Okay, so we have one activity to do before the year rolls over. So what do we want to do? We could keep pushing biology. That would probably be useful. Something that maybe take up our bravery? I'm not sure. I don't know. Do we have anything that would push up our bravery? We could play sports ball. Defense training would not do it. Oh. Hey, what are you doing? Dee says, spots you trying to take the grate off the drain pipe that leads outside the walls. Don't be a nullhead. Haven't you seen the extra lookouts on the walls? They'll spot you for sure. Then they'll find our secret exit. It'll be gone for good. You suppose he's right. They have been patrolling a lot during Glow. You wouldn't want to be caught. Okay, well, apparently that's not an option. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. If this season is like the previous Glow season, something bad is coming. So, and I don't think we're not going to be in any shape to do combat anyway. So, it feels like the 20 is like the start of the checks for some feats, at least at this stage of the game. So, our toughness is there, our bravery is almost there. So, maybe around a sports ball. I mean, it feels like a weird thing to be doing, playing sports ball at this time in this season, but if we push that above 20, maybe it'll save our bacon when whatever's outside the walls comes for us. Let's see. Although, hang on. We'll just go 11 Glow. Because as much as I've talked up the save-scumming in this aspect of the game, I haven't actually done very much of it. Not that I'm morally opposed to it. I mean, the save-scumming was part of the allure, but I also want to experience the story, and we don't have. It's our first playthrough. We don't have to do everything perfectly. Okay, so let's do a wee bit of sports ball. What do you say? Training in the dark is really hard. No kidding. You lose a lot of sports balls under the bleachers and in the dark corners this month. You submit a request to engineering to make some sort of glow-in-the-dark paint, so it's easier to spot the ball, but it's rejected. It gets rejected for not being a priority concern. Well, they're jerk faces in engineering. Okay, so we need to get 15, and then the final spot gets +1. So if we, let's say, if we just go in order, that's just called sports ball. Yeah, that's I mean, I'll give maybe the devs aren't sports people, or maybe over the course of however, if the Mothra versus Godzilla remake was in whatever 2085, and they're just watching that now, so forever over the course of how many decades or centuries, yeah, all sports have just been melded into one sport because it's like Australian rules football is like a combination of basketball and rugby and probably um and I think Gaelic I forget the kind of football, the traditional football they play in Ireland. So maybe all sports just continued melding together after that. Okay, so is there some other combination that would get us even more? I don't know that there is, because we only have the one yellow and the one blue, and then 1, 3, 6. Unless, yeah, that's any card gets +1. Yeah, I don't know, Ruak. I'm kind of coming up short myself. Yeah, screw it. Okay, let's just go. We're basically here for 1 point in bravery, and we're gonna get that and then some, so that's fine. Okay, so we got +3 bravery, 22, and then another pip in toughness, and just a wee bit of stress. Although, admittedly, it seems like the glow events are all they're gonna max out our stress anyway. So, you okay, here we go. It's been a quiet glow, but the grim, surreal darkness of the season reminds you of last year's violence. As the month wears on, you overhear arguments at dinner, adults worrying that attack is still coming, and others who think that the first one was a fluke. Surveyors mention seeing new tracks in the forest but are shushed so people don't panic. The gates are closed. You drill emergency procedures, filing soundlessly from the classroom to the creche to hide under tables, waiting for the sirens to hear the all clear. You drill and prepare and worry, but nothing happens. Then, just as glow is starting to wane, the toxic purple spill of the wormhole fading as the suns almost rise past the horizon, the sirens start. You're reading a hollow novel in bed when you hear them, followed by the stomp of boots down the hallway outside your quarters. An alert flashes on your hollow palm. Shelter in the creche. This is not a drill. All right, and the uh, the stress cascade starts. You get another message from your dad. You and your mom are going to stay in the greenhouses. We're safe. Just follow Auntie on to the creche and wait for us, okay? Don't worry. We're way more prepared than we were last year. Love you. Stay safe. You could go to the creche where you belong, or you could follow the security guards and see what's happening at the gates. So if we go to the creche, okay, it's another chance to get this card, which is unchangeable. I don't know that I like that. Or because we have bravery. Oh, bravery 10. Okay, so I guess we overshot that slightly. We head for the gates. You know what? We head for the gates. That's where all the interesting stuff is happening, right? A little bit more rebellion. That's fine. And we gain the heroic status again. So we're gonna get more physical increases. So that'll be fine. So you sneak out of the living quarters and head towards the gate. You're immediately spotted by Security Chief Rhett, who stops what he's doing to yell at you and gesture angrily. What the hell are you doing out here? This is no place for kids. Get your ass back inside. I mean, we gotta help, right? It's, if it's giving us a challenge, and a challenge on normal difficulty, why wouldn't we do it? Let's go. Okay, so we have 3 rounds to get 34, and so one slot will turn red. That is not necessarily helpful. Well, at least we're getting some of the less worthwhile cards out of the way. Uh, so we need 26 off the next 2 rounds. It's doable. Okay, let's save our consumables just for now. Okay. So okay, that'll turn red. Okay. So we could get 3 of a kind here. Yeah, I think we might save this for next round and try to take what I was thinking. We do that, and that. Because if we flip those, that becomes a 3, and that becomes red. Or alternatively, we do that, and then drop that in there. Because that gets us the bonus for having reds next to each other. We don't lose 2 off of that, and then we just tack that on for extras. Okay, I was gonna say if we really wanted to finagle it, we could drop a mushwood log on there and get 4 of a kind, but we only need 4 from the next round, so I think we'll be fine. Okay. Okay, this is slightly awkward unless we put the yellows, like if we put the yellow here. There we go. And there's no reason to use that. Okay. Yeah, there. So we needed 10 to clear the super goal, and we got 21. Easy peasy. All right, and so I guess that'll get us more points in combat, which we are, well, still bad at. But that's okay, because so far we're getting away with it. There we go. Oh, nice. And because we are heroic for going out during glow, we get 2 pips in combat. So we have a whole 5 out of 100. Nice. Absolutely. We have sports the sports ball the sportsiest. And I guess helped during whatever this is? Question mark? You stick around the out you stick around the outside of the skirmish at the gates, throwing rocks and yelling at any creature that gets too close. You're not sure if you made a difference, but the good news is at least you're not injured. When the dust clears, Red spots you hiding in the shadows and personally escorts you back to your quarters, where your mom and dad penalize you for disobeying them. When things have calmed down, you overhear your parents talking. Not going to be the first to congratulate Rhett, but all of his defensive improvements were exactly what we needed, your mom grumbles. He's going to be insufferable at the next council meeting. Your dad pats her hand. Credit where credit's due, Flulubell. Flulubell? Is that her whole name? He says, and she smiles by herself. It could have been worse. Your mom nods, and they both sit in silence before your dad speaks again. Poor Hal, he said. What a way to go. What? Professor Hal? Your parents startle. Hey, Pumpkinhead, your dad says. Yeah, they're going to announce it in a few hours after everyone's had a chance to calm down. He didn't make it. What happened? Don't worry about that, your mom replies, shooting your dad a look. in italics, look to keep him from talking. It's adult stuff, okay? You guys won't be able to go into the engineering wing for a little bit. Not until it's decontaminated. You curl up quietly to think. Professor Hal can't just die. He can't just be gone. He's your teacher. In the engineering wing is where you take classes. You can't imagine something bad happening in such a safe space. You fall asleep, thinking for sure there's been some mistake. Okay. Well, interesting that we didn't have the surge in stress. I thought that was guaranteed. Maybe it's not. So, oh yeah, so over the course of our 11th year, we spent more kudos than we made, obviously. Lost stress, a net 5 in loyalty. And then, okay. Okay. All right. I know I said I wasn't going to save scum everything, but okay, I have to know there weren't that many options in that. So what was it we were supposed to do if we're able to save Professor Hal at all? Yeah, now I'm curious. Okay, well let's look. Okay, and we have an auto save here. So if if he's not savable, then well we'll just power through. But okay. Yeah, let's still do the sports ball. I think just having 20 having bravery would 20 bravery would probably be worthwhile. You go okay. Hold on to that, Ruag. I appreciate that. Let's see if I can suss this out first. Okay. Oh, look, and it's actually the same hand as well. So that must be determined. Yeah, that must be determined at the start of the cycle, or the start of the month, rather. Okay, and yeah, that's what we did last time, so no changes there. Yeah, I think yeah, you might be right. You get the same hands when loading the game. That is consistent. Okay, and then yep, and then that, and then message from Dad. So the game must have a seed for random events. Oh, okay. Well, here we go. This was not here before. Okay, you see the little swirly thing there from a past life. Okay, so apparently that you just can't save, or I guess if we're even going to save him. But yeah, apparently saving Professor Hal is just not an option your first time through. But if the game's going to tell us to go to engineering, screw it, we're going to engineering, and we are once again heroic. Here we go. You don't know what compels you to go to engineering. It's nowhere near the walls, and the corridors are quiet as you approach. You burst into the classroom to find Professor Hal, cornered by a small, chittering thing. It's moving too fast to tell what it is. Every time, every time Hal tries to get around it to flee, it climbs up the walls and keeps jumping at him. He's fending it off with a tablet, but he's getting tired. As you watch, the thing leaps at his throat and tears a chunk out of him. Oh, Siren, I love the system. I love that it rewards you like this for going, I don't like that. I'm going to see if we can do a different thing, but I do want to feel punishment. Yeah, I'm wondering that too, Siren. I mean, it hasn't so far, but admittedly, we've only played 2 years out of 10, so there's still plenty of time ahead of us. Hal screams in pain and crumples to the ground. You must gasp because the thing turns to you and lunges. Okay, so now we've upgraded to a hard combat challenge. Okay, we need 47 in 3 rounds. Okay, that could be dicey. Well, we can start with that. We'll still need 30 over the next 2 rounds, but that's something. Oh, and it's, you have plus 5 kudos if the total equals the goal. Well, gee, thanks. If I got a thing coming for my throat, I don't know if I'm worried about an extra 5 kudos, but all right. Okay, well, we can do. All right, so that's nice. So we'll need 11 from the final round. That's possible? I think so. And we have our mushwood logs if for whatever reason the draw screws us, and it still could. But I think we'll be okay. Okay, so if we just do those, okay, that'll get us the win. Can we milk any? Um, can we milk any more out of it, or do we want to go for the kudos? We'd have to take 6 off the board. That'd be easy. Just do that. Or actually, no. We can get the 11. Well, probably. Right. We tried putting the blue and the yellow together. Oh, hang on. Can we do that? Oh, hang on. Dang it. um. Oh, hang on. Okay, that's getting us. What if I do that? Okay, now we're back to that. That's back to 12. How? Hmm. Okay, so no, that puts us over to 12. 14. Remove it. Like that, or we put that over there. Yeah, I don't know, Ruak. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, this is a bugaboo, this one. Okay, well, I mean, we could just take the win the game is giving us, I suppose. As we, yeah, I think the bonuses are kind of thwarting our efforts to just go off the card value. So, I think we might just have to eat this one. Or hang on. All right, fine. Yeah, that's 5 kudos. I mean, if it was, yeah, we're not gonna lose, and it's just 5 kudos, and or I mean, I would be more annoyed about missing out on the extra pip in combat, but I guess we're not very good at that anyway, so fine. Although, hang on, we will get one extra because we are in heroic mode. All right, we'll take the W and move on. So we got a kudo. Okay, well there we go. Oh, and we actually got 25 kudos for doing a thing. Not sure what, but hey, there we go. It's impossible to hit the thing. It's so fast, it's like a smear at the edge of your vision. What you do manage to do, though, is lure it outside the classroom and get congruence to slam the door shut. You hear it beating against the door as you run to Hal's side. Congruence guides you through how to hold pressure to Hal's throat to stop the bleeding, but stars, there's blood everywhere. Eventually, the doors open and Chief Engineer Instance runs in, directing some of the security team to load Hal into his stretcher and take him to medbay. There's no sign of the creature. She surveys the carnage. Good work, she says grimly. You might have just saved Hal's life. Her shoulders droop. They must have crawled over the walls. Buggers. You return to your quarters. Your parents are horrified to see you covered in blood, relieved when you say it's not yours, and then horrified all over again when you tell them about Professor Hal. Your dad checks his holopalm and tells you they got him to a med bed quickly enough that his injury should heal in a few weeks. You saved Professor Hal's life. Hooray! No substitute teachers! And best of all, no huge stress chunk. So we got that going for us. Okay, so yeah, there's the yearly rundown. So that tells us who's our biggest friendship gains, because it's putting Dees above Tangent and Tammy, although Tammy and Tangent are also our biggest. We've picked up these new cards, almost all of which are pretty good, and then those are our stat gains. You might notice a 43 to perception, and that was just that most of that was just off of going off gallivanting about the outside. A bigger, yeah, bigger. I think we I don't know where, but we picked up an extra loyalty boost somewhere. That's a good spot, Sired. I don't know where we might have done that. Okay, so first things first, we do our usual circuit, and then we see if there's any consumables just sitting about. For instance, there's a bunch of medicinal roots right there. And with Hal, right, you saved a man's life. I mean, you would think so. I would hope so. Okay. Okay, yeah, still nothing new with Mars. Okay, and then Dad still doing his thing. Nothing new with Mom. I say okay, we need 20 biology. We're pretty close. Check in with Tammy. No, we need more empathy, I guess. Tong is very seriously considering a large piece of paper. One of the lab assistants told me that it is impossible to fold a piece of paper in half more than 7 times. She says, this is a myth. You can actually fold a piece of paper in half 12 times. Tong frowns. I cannot abide those nominally more intelligent than I am passing on hearsay and urban legends as facts. It is the duty of all scientists to question what is held up as truth, says the 12-year-old. Okay, and we still need more toughness. We want to train with her again, but I think we can. Yeah, there we go. So we can dare Dees to eat a worm. It takes a while to find Dees, but when you do, you almost wish you had it. He's standing over the bloated body of a dead Hopeye, nudging it with a stick. When he sees you, his eyes go wide. I didn't do it, he scowls. It was like this when I found it, really. Okay, so because we have bravery of 20 or greater, we can dare him to eat a worm and get a possibly useful yellow card. But if you get a really big paper, you can fold it more times using a forklift. Yeah, I remember that episode of Mythbusters. That was that was the thing to behold. Yeah, let's dare him to eat this worm. Oh yeah, D-standers. Well, I double dare you to eat a worm. You can't just turn down a double dare. You're no big little Hopeye. Well, that's what the triple dare is for. Or actually, no, let me rephrase. That's what the double dog dare is for. And then Dees would counter with the triple dare you, and then I would counter with the triple dog dare if we were properly observing daring etiquette. But as we all know, daring etiquette is rarely properly followed. Slimy, unsatisfying. Very, very gross. Dees eats his like a noodle, slurping it up and wrinkling his nose as it wriggles in his mouth. Yuck, he says, swallowing it whole, then shows you his empty mouth. You should have known better than to dare a person who fears nothing. So, friendship with Dees, +1 bravery, and a good card. Hooray! How much bravery do you need to dare him to eat the Hopeye? Good question, Rougher Stuff. I think that might be more of a persuasion check than a bravery check. That's a big ask. Friendship through worming, exactly. Some things are timeless, whether in whatever 23rd century or what have you, or now, or 100 years before now. Young boys bounding through eating gross stuff. A tale as old as time, if you will. Okay, well, we are heroic. Our stress is a little high, but our hey, what are we? Are we 12? Yeah, we're 12 now. Okay. Okay, was it? All right, there we go. Yeah, 12, quiet one. There we go. Has a friendship been friendship through fisticuffs? Because that's the thing. Yeah, I think that's called MMA, Siren. Okay, here we go. So all events have respawned, so we should be able to head out and then see if we can grind more. Well, I guess more red stats in particular. Because yeah, we amassed 43 perception, and I think all but like one of that, or all but a little bit of that was just bopping around outside the walls. And unfortunately, that's all we can. That's all the farther we can go for now. But that's fine. Oh, we have another Hopeye. Hopeyes are usually docile little creatures. They don't even come up to knee height. They eat grass and hop away when you come near. But something has riled this group up. You see them fighting each other, getting in close, and then rolling onto their backs and kicking with their big foot. big foot, apparently. I guess they just have the one. Punting each other up to 2 meters away. That's a good shot. It's neat behavior, so you sit and watch until you realize you're surrounded. They stop fighting with each other and are all staring at you. They pounce. Defend yourself. Apparently, we might not have to work that hard to defend ourselves. Okay, so we got 3 rounds to hit 27. There we go. 1 round and we're already halfway there. Well, ish. Oh, hey, there is our becoming a carnivore card. So we could, because this is wild, so we could put that on either side of that. Like we could do that, that, and that. Oh, there we go. And that gets us to super goal, and we have 1 round to go. Easy peasy. Well, as that is the case, what we can do is take that and that and that. So we'll play that, and then we'll get the -1 stress, and we'll even not play that. So, oh yeah. So we're not going to play that, so we don't have to spend 1 kudo to get a bonus we were going to get anyway. There we go. Super goal attained, and we win. So we lose 1 stress, and we gain 2 toughness. The cute little critters kick you, but you kick back. Yeah, we got 2 whole feet. You send them scurrying back off to pick on smaller creatures than you. Yeah! So we get bonus toughness and bonus animals. Nice. More free animals, definitely a good thing. Okay, well, we are... I'm trying to keep an eye out for consumables, but oh dear. Okay, so if we gain any doing this is going to get us 13 stress. So if we gain anything more than like 5 stress along the way, that's going to kick us back. Oh, and there's a consumable right there. Can we? No, we can't get around it because we got to do that, or we got to do that. All right, well, we might as well see what's up here. Oh, okay. This is like this. Okay, this is the same event as last time. So you walk into a clearing and immediately stop in your tracks. There's a unisaur here. Yeah, a unisaur. You've seen them before, but they still fill you with a sense of awe. Once again, we will endeavor to be as quiet as possible. So we could do that, or... we could do that. Yeah, it's an easy challenge. Let's not fuss too much over that. Okay, then we need a whole 1 next round. I think we can manage that. Ooh. Well, hang on. There we go. And once again, we will save our one kudo. Much as we appreciate Mars's help, we save a little, save our pennies wherever we can. Okay, so we actually shave off one stress and we get +2 perception. Awesome. As you settle in to watch it from behind a strand of mush trees, the Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs the scent glands in its neck against it thoroughly. Then it pees, like a crystal waterfall, on a rock. Everything it does seems magical. You quietly take a picture with your holopalm, but you know you can't share it or you get caught for sneaking out. Although, admittedly, we've we've already been seen twice sneaking out because well, at least once because we saved Uncle Tonan's bacon, and well, or I don't know if that got sufficiently covered up. Next, it sharpens its horn against the rock, which is scored with marks from having done this before. This must be its favorite sharpening rock. You notice the bulge in its stomach. It must have had a huge meal recently. Eventually, it curls up for a nap. You quietly sneak away. This is so wonderful. Vertumna is a magical place, and we lose 30 stress. Oh, nice. Okay, we still take a little there, but we're actually stress neutral, or even stress good there. Okay, and now we have an event with our man Dees. A good gambling event. Well, okay. In full disclosure, Sire, that is an event we've seen before. That during our last extended run out here, we saw that event as well. So I was a little more confident than I probably should have been. Okay, you find Dees sitting on a large flat rock on a hilltop, eating a sandwich and looking totally at home, far from the colony walls. So we can join him quietly, chat, or find our own rock. Well, okay, we know Dees isn't the chatty type, so we don't do that. We can either find our own rock or join him quietly. Let's try joining him quietly. I don't want him to feel like abandoned or anything. You sit down next to Dees and get out your own lunch, some soy cheese cubes and crackers from the cafeteria. You listen to how the jungle sounds and think how nice it is just to be free and in the open and not confined to a tiny box hurtling through space. Then, quite out of the blue, the rock you're both sitting on stands up and starts to walk down the hill. Okay. You crouch and look over the edge of the rock. You're a couple meters off the ground, bouncing on spindly legs like a spider's. 8, 10 of them, evenly spaced. Okay. You realize the rock also has eyes at regular points, which you'd mistaken for shiny black pebbles embedded in the stone. One of them swivels up to stare at you. You gulp and try not to scream. Dees gets shakily to his feet, trying to keep his balance as the creature under you slowly clambers forward. He grabs your hand to help you up. So we get stress, not great, and we get a +8 card that also gives us 10 stress. I don't know how I feel about that one. But we will try to be brave. Although apparently this time it's easy to be brave. At 8 is good, +10 stress is not. Okay. So we do this, set neighbors to this value. So I mean, we could do like that and that. That gets us 10. That gets us 9. Alternatively, well, no, because that goes down. Well, that actually gets us 12. You know what? Sure. 15 in 2 rounds, we can do that. Okay. I mean, it's not great, but we can probably get 8 next round without too much issue. I mean, we're kind of trailing behind the curve a little bit for being an easy challenge. Yeah, see, we're not doing that. No. Let's see. 2, 3. Oh, well, that's fine. Okay. And best of all, we don't have to play the card that gives us 10 stress. And we get a super goal, so we get even more bravery. Huzzah! Okay, so you swallow a card and control your fear. Barely. Actually, this is kind of neat or biologically fascinating. Well, we're not apparently biologically adept enough to find it biologically fascinating, so neat! D seems calm too. You hold hands to steady yourselves as the living rock totters along under you. After a minute, the creature crouches down to look at something, and the two of you jump off. As soon as you're safe, the flood of adrenaline hits you. Wow, you could have died. Maybe. You're impressed that Dee's kept his cool, and you tell him so. Actually, he says, I was kind of freaking out inside. You laugh and say you were too. It's funny. Dees might suck with people, but it's kind of a badass when it comes to non-people things. There we go. Okay. Um, so we're gonna have 78 stress when we finish up here, but that's okay. Ooh. All right. There is. I see a consumable out there, but okay. Well, we'll go for it. If for whatever reason we get too much stress in this one, we can just burn it off next time, or maybe we get a stress reduction event of some kind. Okay, some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. Nothing's growing here anyway. There isn't even enough for animals to graze on. Well, um, the last time we tried to plant something, it didn't go well. Maybe we'll just ignore it. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. That was bad mathing on my part. All right. So we have one more event in us. Okay. The muck hides interesting bugs and other treasure for those willing to put their hands down the right holes. Are you? I mean, yeah. Check out that hole. Hmm. Looks dark. So because we have perception of 20 or greater, we can look closer. So yes, let's look closer. You've stuck your hands down enough holes to know this one's probably safe. You can't hear anything rustling around in there. That doesn't say much for our judgment, or how many hands we've stuck our hand, or how many holes we've stuck our hands down over the years. All right, fine. Put your hand in there. Sweet. The hole is literally the hole is full of sugar bugs. These palm-sized balls of squish exude a sweet syrup when you tickle them. You fill a bottle with it, then let them go again. Should be worth a few kudos to Antecedent in the kitchens. Okay, so 5 kudos and +1 colony food. Interesting. And now we're too stressed. Okay, but our perception is up to 53. So it is yeah. So they if nothing else, being outside the walls is making us very aware of our surroundings. You've been having weird dreams, as usual. They seem to get worse around glow. You wake from a dream that has tears drying on your face, though you can't remember why, just that you were terrified. Whatever it was, it felt real enough that for a moment you just lie in bed with your eyes closed, try to calm your breathing. You blearily rub your eyes and. Surprise! Oh, it's your birthday. Your dad leaps onto your bed and gives you a big cuddle. Happy birthday, little tomato head! 12 years old, wow, can you believe it? I mean, do I have any other choice? Yeah. No, your mom answers for you, laughing as she hands you your presents. It was just yesterday Antecedent was showing me how to change your diaper. Because it's your birthday, your parents have brought in food from the canteen, so you can all eat together on your bed. That must be a spacious bed. As you stuff your face with savory tofu chunks, there you go, Siren. You open your presents. Which one is your favorite? Okay, so we have a bouquet of exotic flowers from Mom, a stuffed xenofauna from Dad. So that is a gear that could buff our all of our red cards, or a photophonar from your best friend that'll buff all of our yellow cards. And I that one was yeah, that one was 100 kudos in the store. So that would save us a fair bit of money if we were into that sort of thing. What gives me pause is that if adding more, yeah, if we want more gear, we need better organizing, and we we just quite clearly don't have it at the moment. So I'm actually going to take the bouquet of exotic flowers, which looks like something we can just give as a gift. They're exotic because they came from Earth. I saved these seeds in cold storage for over 20 years just for this day, your mom says proudly. These are the first Earth flowers to bloom on Vertumna, white astrontia. She pinches your cheek. They're special, just like you. As your dad clears away the wrapping paper and the dishes from breakfast, your mom folds her hands on the table and gives you a serious look. Oh boy. So, she says, we've been here 2 years now. I know your dad and I have always said you're in charge of your schedule, but we've been keeping an eye on you. A loving eye, your dad interjects, stuffing wrapping paper into the recycler pickup bin. A trusting, gentle eye. Antecedent says that you've been a great help around the quarters. Your mom continues. That's good. She might not have the most glamorous job, but she's one of the most important people in the colony. She pats your head. It's important to respect the people who raised you, not just dust, you know. Your dad joins you again. So, it's time to start thinking about how you're going to contribute to the colony when you're older. At the look on your face, he laughs. Don't worry, we're not going to make you get a job right now. We're just asking, what do you want to be when you grow up? Oh. So, biology, reasoning, empathy. Okay, so basically, if we've put any effort into anything, we can. Although I don't know if this is going to do anything for us right now. But if I had to pick, not captain of the sports ball team, not a famous idol, probably not a monster hunter. We could go teacher. You don't have five guys. Under the monster hunter has bravery 5, so it's a bravery check rather than combat. Yeah, combat we have 3. So yeah, that's probably not the life for us. Then we could go farming, or we could say a teacher like, you know what? We're gonna make them happy. We're gonna say I want to be a farmer like you two. Your mom looks touched but says we're actually called agriculturalists. Your dad hums. I prefer cultivator myself. Your mom thwaps him with the back of her hand, and he laughs. Well, technically, we're a combination of agronomist and pastoralist, I suppose. Well, your mom starts to get up. I'm sure your friends all want to wish you a happy birthday. She stops and snaps her fingers. Oh, and you might not have considered a career as a depot clerk, but Al and Bernie mentioned their daughter Mars is working there, and she needs some help. Now that people can freely order luxuries, it's pretty busy there. Sure beats shoveling dirt, your dad says. If you don't take that job, you tell Mars I'll be right there. Your mom rolls her eyes and smiles. Okay, yeah, so now technically this is our birthday. It is, what is it, quiet 2. And it's going to be a quiet birthday because we are too stressed, but that's okay. We can, well, the first we got to do, we got to get our birthday cake from our girl. Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better than in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday! She exclaims. She comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving you a great big squeeze. Here, I got you this. It's another cake. She steps back and reaches into one of the many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. And can we just say, like, if nothing else, we credit Tammy for her foresight for making sure her dress has pockets. I made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. It's only a soy cake, but it's a soy cake made just for you. You take a bite. Okay, it tastes just like a regular soy cake, too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she hints, smiling sweetly. If that would make you happy, nothing would make me happier, Tammy. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own, silly Billy, she says, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. Okay. Yeah, that event is just 1, free cake, and 2, free friendship with Tammy. So how can we turn that down? Sorry, I want to tell you that exocolonists would be too pragmatic not to have pockets for their dresses, but history has told us no, bad decisions do stuff. Exactly. That is why I mentioned that. So it's at some either one point either reason prevailed and dresses just came with pockets standard, or whoever made Tammy's dress knows the score. Okay, still not quite tough enough to train with Anemone, but that's fine. We'll get there. Oh yeah, and then Dees has something to say to us. Oh, you slip through the colony gates, feeling the breeze from the mushroom forest ruffle your hair. You look around for Dees, but he's nowhere to be seen. Maybe he went to class today? Probably not. Okay, so that's one that gets +2 if it's on the first or the last pane. That could potentially be useful. As you're about to return to the colony, you hear what sounds like crying coming from one of the expedition vehicles. You pull back the tarp that keeps it from being blanketed with fungal spores and find Dees curled up in the cabin. He wipes his eyes and turns away. Go away, he mutters. You okay, pal? I'm fine. Just leave me alone. Okay, so no, we need persuasion 10. We are not there. Do you want to talk about it? I say it's almost certain he does not. Well, you ask my sister, he mumbles. Tong is so mature. She knows everything. I'm just a sensitive little crybaby who doesn't know anything. Dees wraps his arms around his legs and hides his face in his knees. I hate her, he mutters. Everyone thinks she's so smart, but she's just a big meanie. I hate everyone here. I hate being here. I just want to be left alone. Okay. Dees is rounding into full emo form, apparently. Although, admittedly, it's not that surprising. I mean, given everything that's happening around him, it's probably not all of that surprising. Okay. Oh, here you go, Mar. Oh, hey, Mar says, racing past you. I'm sorry, I can't talk now. I'm on my way to work in command. She stops when you don't sound amazed enough. The supply depot, she clarifies. It's the most important job in the colony. Anything that gets made here goes through me first. Mars's smug smile gets somehow even more smug. Plus, I get first pick of all the best stuff. Okay, so because we have 10 or better more friendship with Mars, could I work there with you? Say, wow, that's amazing. Ignore her. Tempting. Or, because we have rebellion less than 20, we can just go straight to seek and ask for a job. Well, I mean, that could work, but I mean, we could just let's try to play it cool. Say, hey, could I work there with you? Hmm. Well, Mars hems and haws. I suppose it is a lot of work to do alone, and I do like you. We should stick together. Whatever Mars does to pull Administrator Seek's strings works, because an hour later, you get a message from them on your holopalm. They're dubious that you'll be able to rise to the responsibilities of the role, but that's nothing new. Seek is dubious about everyone and everything. But they agree Mars would be more efficient if she had someone else to keep an eye on her. So now we can be a depot clerk. Siren, that's just puberty knocking at his door? Yeah, probably. That is probably the case, actually. Okay, well, now we don't just have to go in here. We can also, rather than hanging out in the lounge and then getting the friendship with Tammy, we can, I think, was it here we could do it? Yeah, we can relax on the walls. We can still knock out all of our stress and remove a card, but we get friendship with Dees instead. And we've already, we have a good start on friendship with Tammy. So let's tick it up with Dees a little bit. Like, yes, also sad things, but puberty is a big deal to the brain. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, my memory of that is fading, like most memories, but I remember that much. Okay, so let's chill on the walls. So after the first attack on the colony, they added lookout towers to the walls. Now you have a place to hang out if you don't feel like working, and because it's all the way up here, no adults are going to come ask you if you want to run any errands for them. On rainy days, you take shelter under the pavilions and listen to the pitter-patter of warm raindrops on the grass roof. You can do whatever you want. Ah, this is the life. So, perfect place to slack off, nice to help keep watch, or this is a good place to study. So, do you want to be a nerd, a soldier, or a slacker? I mean, I don't know why we necessarily have to pick, but fine. We'll go, this is a good place to study. Oh, actually, we should have done, yeah, we still have heroic. Probably should have done keep watch. All right, fine, whatever. +1 to reasoning. Fine, fine, fine. Oh, reasoning. There we go. You pack your holoculars. The wall is a great vantage point to examine the wild jungle outside the colony. Your independent study even counts toward class credits without actually having to be in class. Oh, hey. Dees pops his head up a nearby ladder and looks surprised to see someone else here. Do you mind if I sit here too? Sure, there's plenty of room, man. Nice. The two of you dangle your feet off the side and watch the valley below. Dees shuffles a little uncomfortably and doesn't say much. You wonder if this was his private spot to be alone before you discovered it. Well, there's lots of wall. We don't have. No, I don't. Okay, see, this is why this is inefficient. I don't want to lose either of these cards, you big jerk faces. Okay, so we are stress free, still heroic for one more month. Ooh, although it is also 1:15 in the AM, so we should probably call it there. Yeah, this is age 12, quiet 3. There we go. All right, well, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight's stream. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is going some interesting places, and I think, I mean, it seems to me like the older we get, the more avenues are going to open up for us. Like, more complex stuff, more exploration, and probably harder card challenges as well. So we need to keep grinding those stats. But I appreciate you all being here. Big thanks to Siren and Druak. Thanks to Rougher Stuff for popping in. I think we had Daunt come through earlier. Always nice to see her. Oh yeah, and then Punisher as well, who was here earlier in the stream. Yeah, yeah, and sorry, it is also very much in line with the chill games we try to play here on the twitch.tv/Trooper So yeah, we're definitely doing more of this, but that's going to have to be for later. For now, we're going to call it. So thanks to all the chatties, and also thank you to the lurkers. I appreciate y'all as well. So we're going to wrap up the same way we always do here, and let's find someone to raid. So, Lou. So we see you got some long dark. We got the usual long dark crowd going here. Let's see, Avi, Rain. Oh, hey, and Necromandria is doing her Sunday Sabbath stream. Let's just make sure she is up and running. Ooh, she's recounting her stories from Salem Horror Fest. Oh yeah, we definitely need to go check that out. Okay, yeah, folks, we're gonna raid Necromandria. She is another fantastic streamer. She does like some just chatting. Also, she plays some horror games. Horror is very much her thing. So yeah, we're gonna drop by there. I know it's not really a horror game we're playing, but she's just a rad person in general, and she drops by here every so often. She was here yesterday, in fact. Okay, so folks, if you can stick around for the raid, I'd greatly appreciate it. But we will see you next time. Have a great rest of your weekend, and talk to you Thursday or whenever you decide to drop by. Bye for now.